Poison Games. Wow. They stole the model? What? They stole it? They stole it, Unity? What? Nah. Okay. Moving on. So again, same fucking game title, but completely different game. Isn't that the most fucked thing? You would think it's the same developer, right? But no, it isn't. Wait a minute. What? Same menu? Adventure mode. You find yourself waking up in a room. You haven't Did they But Grandma looks the same, except whoa. Hang on. What is happening here? Crazy old woman who haunts her prey with a bloody baseball bat. Unlock blah 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 blah. In your mission, you must find. What? No. What? Hang on. What is happening here? And we're back, everybody. The question is, this game. I see that Grandma looks a little bit better. No, better is the right word, but all right. Well, that's amazing. I believe we're playing a complete ripoff, except now Grandma is played by Vin Diesel. Okay. Well, good news is that wow, I'm really like figuring out things quickly. Interesting. Well, good news is this game runs a little bit smoother, so there's a shooter mode though. So there's guys, we have to get to the bottom of this. So the other game was Kiss 10, right? This is Poison, but they are identical. How? What happened? Who ripped off who? Oh shit. This game is a remaster. Ah, that's what it is. Except this game you can run, which is a great improvement. Can she get down the stairs in this version though? Oh, she's coming. She's coming, boys. Yep, her AI is a little improved in this one. Alright, here she comes. Watch out, boys. Here she comes. I'm really curious, like, what happened here? Like, who really is the ripoff, you know? There's a man-eater. Okay. Hang on, what's this? It's not a real game. The Poison Game one is also a ripoff of an older Android game that was released ages ago and only caught onto the popularity recently. So you're saying is that this is a regurgitation. There was once a Android game that was in the sewers of the internet, and nothing happened to it. And eventually what happened is that two completely separate game developers like stole the source code and made Grandma. But they were careful not to like make it completely identical. Yes, because they slightly gave Grandma different looks. That is hysterical. Okay, but in this version though, I would say Poison Games is a little bit better because in this one you don't start swinging like Super Duper Mario, you know. Okay, well, Grandma. Let's see if I can knock Grandma down this time. Well, she's a little on the fence about it. Okay. Oh. Grandma! Grandma! Oh no, Grandma! She doomified! She doomed! What?
I am the Doom Slayer. In the fires of hell, the demon Grandma soul has been acquired by the Doom Slayer.
Shit, man, I like... She logged out, man. Well, god damn it. Fuck, I gotta get my Skunga Gunga medal for Doom. Okay. Oh, Grandma's back. But how easy is she to kill? She's coming. So apparently people have found the original, which we really should check out. Grandma sucks. Oh, hang on. Can I just... Oh, yes, I can. Yes, I can. Okay, well... Dude, that's like me after playing this game. I got a headache. Okay. No, can we get some fucking... some napkins down here? Hey, it's a shortcut. Alright. So we gotta find another key here. Can I just knock this open, or... oh, Grandma! Hey, what's poppin'? What's with Grandma's, like... Why does she have, like... Like, little wings on the side of her head? Okay, well... The original is on Steam. Okay, tell you what, let's do an extension of the stream, right? Let's check out the original game after this, too, when we're done with this miserable, excellent game, you know? So, she got the Einstein look, alright. How much is the Steam version? I'm curious. The original was 20 times better. Oh, really? What, you can get better than this? What? No way! Okay, well, I don't know. What am I missing here? Impossible. Wait, I can just do this. You must... A battery pack. A battery pack. Okay, well. Can I just phone the police? Okay, can I stuff Grandma in, like, the, in the oven or something? Can I just, like... Why does he usually just come back? Alright. Well, I've been here before, right? Must be something I'm missing. I'm really disappointed tonight, guys, because I never thought Poison would stoop to the level of stealing game assets. Like, what the fuck? That is unheard of, and I think it, you know, if they want to be best friends with me, they really gotta step up their shit. Oh, I can drag it around like Gmod style. Okay. Okay. But this alien is just vibing out. Is this alien sticking out his tongue? Yes, it is. Alright. What the fuck am I missing? Okay, well. He grooving, dude. Alright. Is it maybe in a... No. That can't be it. Hit the statue? What if you say sorry? You say sorry to Grandma? Listen to Grandma. You know, we've had our differences here, but really, I think we can find a common ground here. So you guys are saying there's a game out there that is better than this? Like, the original is better. I really find that hard to believe, guys. I'm sorry. Find the room with the big boxes. All right, I'll try that. The original is so much better. I don't believe you. I really don't believe you on that. I've been in every room, I think. Where haven't I been? Oh, hang on. Maybe the statues. I'm gonna crack the statues, maybe. The statues do the... You know. Hang on. Oh, shit. Can't do that either. The original is the best game I've ever played. Oh, really? Is it that good, huh? Damn, I'm really missing out, guys. Okay. Nothing here either. Well, we're not making a lot of progress, are we? This led... Where did this lead? I'm getting the feeling that one of these doors don't even work. Like, my game is glitched or whatever. Guys, you know what I was thinking about the other day? I was thinking... Maybe I can hit the door. I was thinking about something really ridiculous. You know, in the Video Game Awards, because never everybody's forgotten. Like, that stuff is just like... You forget about it in 10 minutes. But there was one thing I remembered. Somebody won Tweet of the Year, right? Somebody won Tweet of the Year at the Video Game Awards. But they didn't show the fucking tweet. What the hell was that about? Like, if you're gonna win an award, fucking show it. They did show it. Oh, they did? But what was the tweet? Was it like Finna Dab Yeet or something like that? What was the actual tweet? Gaming. Okay, Boomer. It was a Mario Maker level, but that's not a tweet. That's a level in Mario Maker. What's going on? Hey, what's going on? Okay. You know who wins Tweet of the Year for me? You know who I think is Tweet of the Year? Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy being angry at people saying, "Hey, my Soldier Boy cube is the best. So fuck off." You. Okay, dude, I cannot fucking find... I've been everywhere. What am I missing? This is insane. Oh. Nope. Okay, well, this game is unbeatable. I mean, the kitchen. The kitchen? Are you sure it's a kitchen? It's a kitchen trash can. Okay, well, I see you guys are playing this as well. You guys are way better than me at this. Okay, it's in the bathroom. Okay, it's in the bathroom. Gotcha. Well, can you blame me? All right. You guys, you're the grandma pros. You know, is there a speedrun category for this game? I want to get a speedrun record tonight. All right, hang on. Oh shit, you guys are right. Damn, you guys have a sharp eye. Or sharp fingers looking up gameplay videos on this on YouTube. Hey. Okay. Let's see here. Well, we're all speedrunners here, Joel. Yeah, of course. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh. Hey. Oh, I thought it was a key. Okay.
Scream. It's Chumpy.
What's the point of going in here? Hang on. Okay. Can I ride this? No key? Was there nothing to do? Maybe behind this. Hang on. Here we go. I found the key. All right, there we go.
Oh my god.
Great comment in chat. This game is too scary, Joel. Bye. See ya. Okay, so there was another door that was locked, right? And that was... I thought there was another door here, right? Yeah. Take care. Okay. I shit myself. No, don't shit yourself. Uh-oh. I thought I was gonna, like, discombobulate out of the world here. You know, some people cannot play horror games in any capacity ever. I mean, I can't play them for a different reason because I'm inept at playing any game. But I'm saying some people are so scared by the slightest thing that even a game like this is like, oh no, hell no, you know. So, you know, this is your only way of watching this game being played. You know? Oh, God. I don't know. Now that I know how this game is played, maybe I should go back and play the other rip-off game. Oh, shit. I might die here. Let me escape here. Oh, fuck. Get the thing. Oh, fuck it. Maybe I need to get a move on now, because she might kill me. Okay. Chumpy. Scariest game I've ever played, Joel. The scariest game I ever played, I mean, this kind of ties in. for completely different reasons. But when I was like 10 or 9 or whatever, my brother borrowed Silent Hill 2 from a friend, and we played it all night. And like, I don't know why that game was so incredibly fucking scary, but I guess it was the white noise when James was walking around, like in the hotel, and like Pyramid Head behind the steel bars. It just scared the shit out of me. But what's funny about that game is or rather, the way we borrowed the game was really funny. We asked if we could borrow the game, and the friend had to like leave for work. So what he did was he put his game in his what is it called? Post box, mailbox, and the shitty thing about it, he like had moved, so we had to like go through several people's mailboxes to find Silent Hill 2. And it was really awkward because I'm like, shit, that's not where he lives. And it was just us like looking for games in various mailboxes. Alright, which door is left now? Treasure hunt. Alright. So, down here, I think? No.
Oh my god. He's back. Oh my god.
It wasn't this one. It wasn't this one either. Find all 8 granny pages.
He's back.
Shit, not even here, man. Game is bugged. No, don't fuck with me like that. Slender granny. You know, this sucks, because, like, with games like this, I'm just like, I just let it be over with. And I kind of lose motivation to keep playing. I'm just like, okay, where's the exit? Where's the last stretch here? Alright. Check all the trash cans. I've been to every door here, I swear, man. Haven't I? Was there any door that... Hang on. This one I didn't go to yet. There's a key in the statue? Really? Alright, here we go. Oh, fuck, no, this was here. I thought this was a key, but it's like, you know. Okay, well. In the kitchen. In the painting? Not that either. Hey, welcome back to another Bob Ross Mario, you know. Maybe on Chumpy. Maybe Chumpy has the key. Chumpy? It's like a shitty little hell racer, you know. Try getting out of bounds. I don't think that's gonna take a lot, but alright, well, so we've been here. Then the statue has to have the key, or whatever. This game is so boring. I'd rather pay my bills than like play into more of this. Alright, there we go. So we've been there. We've been here. Where the fuck is the last one? Try shoot him. No, we need to finish this. We need to finish this. We have an obligation to the human race to show this ending. Oh, hang on. Oh, damn it. All right. Listen, if I don't finish this, we can't finish it. All right. Behind the alien. Okay. The alien was downstairs, yeah? Okay. Screw you, Grandma. Oh, God. Smash the mirror in Grandma's room? What if there is no escape?
What the fuck?
Look up the ending. No. We're not going to be cheap about it. That's not where we're going. Oh, God. This game feels like a nightmare now. Not because of the actual game, but it's so repetitive. It's just like going up and fucking down the stairs like, ah! Okay, where is the alien? Here's the alien. Alright, here we go. The key is right here. Awesome. Alright. Now let's get the fuck out of here. This is my Silent Hill. Okay, now we can go... Was it here? What's going? No, this is another door that could not be unlocked. Okay. I think... Was it here? I can't fucking remember. I have like... What's the basement? Yes, okay, there. Okay. Yeah. Dude, what if I died now? As we're going through here, Guess, what if I told you this is where the game gets really scary? Oh shit. Oh fuck. It's like Resident Evil 7? Oh, I found a car battery here or whatever. Here we go. This battery. Can I not get like a T-posting like grandma slowly coming towards me? Or whatever? Like, I need to be properly scared here.
Return the slab, oh suffer my curse.
The man and Goss. King Ramses. Alright, get in the wheelchair and escape. You know. Alright, here we go. Soon we'll be able to escape Grandma's funhouse. Alright, here we go. And good job. You have managed to escape. But who is this? Run away. But, hang on. What? Shooter mode. We got shooter mode. All right. If I get a gun now, I'm gonna laugh my fucking ass off. What the fuck is shooter mode? Are they gonna give me a gun and I can just like blast grandma? No fucking way. See if I can remember what the fuck we just did. Grandma shoots you. Oh, there's several grandmas now. They have several kind of grannies. Okay, some variety now, dude. Oh no fuck. No, what? Oh, no, you can't. You can't do this.
Yama, mana.
Alright. So this is a game where you kill the elderly. This is what the game should have been from the start, right? Okay, well, you know, they should have just given you like a minigun or something. That would have been it. That would have made this game really scary. All right.
The Doom Slayer.
Vibe check. Okay. Oh, you can get the frying pan as a weapon in this version? Alright. Dude, I want to hear a big donk sound effect when I smack their head in. Alright, Princess Peach coming through. Because I'm playing as Demo Man, Team Fortress 2. Bonk! Bonk! Alright.
Fuck you, Grandma. Your cooking sucks. Now get ready for the fucking demo. The fucking demo stuck in my hair.
Alright, tell you what. Let's just play the original version, because that is apparently way better. So, what the fuck was this? Honey? What's this? Why did they even give you like, you know, the ability to like tactical roll?
Ramirez, shoot that grandma. Monster kill.
Okay, well, what a game. What a game. There we go. That was fantastic. Who made this? Created by Poison Games. I don't think so.
'Cause we're gonna run away. away. We're gonna run away. Yeah, we're gonna get some of Grandma's cookies when we're always All right.
So what is the original call on Steam? So I found these games on Steam, and I don't know which one it is. Is it Granny Simulator? Is it Granny? Granny's Grandtastic Grand Venture? Is it Super Granny Collection? Or is it Block Granny Horror Survival? It's Granny. Okay, it's just Granny. Okay. How about this? I buy them all tonight. I buy them all tonight and play them all. No. We will be playing Granny though. All right. Okay, this looks a little suspicious. I got to be honest, because this game, again, this game looks very suspiciously like the other ones. But all right. Granny is the official Granny game. All right, gotcha.
Here we go.
So you're telling me that this is the original, and Poison Games and Kiss 10 made rip-offs? That's unbelievable. That no fucking way they did that. No way. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try that again. You know what I love about my CPU and my computer? When a lot of strain is on the CPU, my internet shuts off. Like I might be the only person who has this problem, but like when my CPU is like burning, which it happens a lot of times, it just shuts off the internet. It's very cute.
Preparing to lounge, Granny.
All right. Yeah, let's have a Wolverine soda. My piece is like duct tape. What cooler do I have? Cooler?
Here we go.
So this game is really, really good compared to the other ones. All right. Okay, cooler. Jokel, you have to play the original. The original is a video game king. It won the Video Game Olympics, and these rip-off games are no good. Total stinky. This game does not bad. Those other games, bad. This golden poo. All right, here we go.
Be quiet. She hears everything. Get out of here. You only have 5 days. All you need is in the house. And be quiet. She hears everything. And Granny is crazy. Good luck.
Oh, shit. Yeah, let's put it on high.
Oh my god. Oh no. Prune juice.
If you went 10 more steps ahead, this would have turned into a Slender game, but no, we deviated from that.
Find the 7 grandmas. Collect 9 golden grannies. Oh my god.
Vibe check. Okay. Bonk. Okay. Mommy. Okay.
Day 1.
Well, I would say it looks a little bit better than the previous ones, but whoa. Why am I moonwalking? Whoa, hang on. Stop, stop, stop. In the name of the Lord. What the fuck are you? What the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa. Am I placing 2 controller on the floor? Is that it? Oh, that's what it was. Okay. God damn it. I had my PlayStation 2 controller on the floor, which was tilted on the analog stick, which made my character moonwalk forever. Okay. Get my flashlight. You know, I always have to stress the word flashlight because oftentimes I missay it and I say flashlight. And it's one of those things where I like have to carefully word it for you guys, or else you can't shut the fuck up about missaying.
Oh my god.
Where's my gun? Give him my gun. Alright, then the game gets a little more scary.
Day 2.
Okay. So wait. She just smacks you in the head every day? And puts you to bed?
I have to leave this house.
And this goes on for how long? You go here and then grandma smacks the shit out of you? Get out of the bed. Oh, I see. Someone else is a fan of free Photoshop blood effects. Alright. Well. Okay, I see that. She just smacks the shit out of you every day.
Tell you, man, my cookies suck dick. I'll teach you how to suck dick.
Dunk. Wake up the next morning. Oh, god damn it. I'm sorry, Grandma. Bap. You got bapped. Bapped on the head. Alright. This game. Guys, I hate to say it, but I kind of prefer the other games. Yo, that's the cutest microwave.
Tell you, microwave mouse spaghetti. You got bapped on the head.
Day 4. Yo, Grandma, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten spaghetti for 4 days.
You got bapped on the head.
Yeah, please, I need some ibuprofen or something. Oh shit, here she comes.
Hey, you. Microwave my Popeye, will you?
Oh shit, we gotta go in the attic. No, she coming, dude. Oh, okay. Am I dead now? Okay.
The last day.
Uh-oh. This game sucks ass. I love it. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright, so is it the same shit? We just gotta find keys or whatever? Actually has been a while since we did a proper DOS madness, but hey, we're rectifying that because we just had an awful time with Gregory Horror Show that wouldn't work. So instead, we're pulling out a little DOS madness here in the middle of the night. So should probably update the title on Twitch as well, so you know people know what they're actually getting. But yeah, it is a little unfortunate, but yeah, that's what happens, man. But hey, you know, blessing in disguise. Maybe we'll find some gold tonight. You know, right? No, Gregory, thanks to shitty HDMI. Yeah, exactly. But hey, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. It's a experience every time we do this. Anyway, so we got a couple more DOS games here tonight, and again, it's been a while. So if this is your first DOS madness, then you're gonna be subjected to some crustiness beyond belief. So yeah. Anyway, you excited? Yes, it will be so funny. Alright, so we have a collection here. I'm gonna start with this. This sounds amazing. It's called Popo Car, and it's made by Gorn Sheng. I don't know what that means, but let's give it a try. The popo be fast on your ass. Yeah, my Mandarin sucks, so it's gonna be a little difficult to do. What's going on here? Quaffisks? This isn't a porn game, is it? No smoking. Okay. What the fuck was that? He slapped him because he smoked at it. Okay. Hey, it's like I'm watching the Game Award show again.
Hey kids, you know what's super cool? Fragging noobs online and eating cashews of chaos, but you know what's not super rad? Smoking! It really gets the Chivos not unlocked, so don't smoke, idiots.
Alright. Anyway, what is all this? I feel I might have played this. Oh. Bye-bye. Can somebody make a like a vape game? You know what I mean? Like an anti-vape game where you like you gotta watch out for the e-cigarettes and memes, right? That game didn't work, so that's unfortunate. But hey, cutscene was fun. Damn it! All right, this game is called Beat the House. Beat the House. Let's give it a try. Beat that. Now, if this is a casino game, listen, I'm ready. Ooh, yeah, baby. I don't know why, but I thought these were asses at first. I'm like, wow, laser electronic asses. Oh! Thank you for using Beat the House. Wow, that was a game? Okay. I don't think that's how that was meant to be played. Okay, well, let's give that a try again, I guess. Interesting. Okay, there we go. Can't drink too much of my root beer or my, like, blood sugar will shoot into hell, alright? Alright. Laser Asses presents. Welcome! Well, that's me? You're kicked out! Kicked out! Okay, bye-bye. Listen. Laser ass not detected. Get out. Severe application error. Severe. Like, you really fucked up. They saw us you and kicked her out. Hey, it's Joel. Get him. Okay. Well, Beat the House is not going to be played tonight, which is a damn shame because I'm sure this would have been amazing because it's got custom music for each individual thing you're like playing, like blackjack and craps. So yeah. But this one is tell you what, this one is really interesting because this game is called Digging for Buried Treasure. That's right, and it's from '94 by Marathon Technology, so it's actually going to be installed first. So we might be in here for a trip. Here we go. Oh man, is it buried treasure though? I don't know. Thank you for purchasing Trash Dig. Hey, we need a name for our game. Trabs. Okay, this program will install an application. Yeah. That's fine. Please mail in the registration card if you enjoyed this product. Inquire about our other titles, including our CD programs. Oh, okay. Marathon Technology. Oh, it's in Texas. All right. Yes. Okay. Guys, we're installing things. Call them. Hey, I bought Trash Dig. And now, I want to uninstall. Okay.
Yeah, this is Trash Dig. Yeah, I make computer games. Sweet.
Hello, I am from Sweden. I go to the Trash Dig game.
Yeah, we do that game and we do barbecue.
Joel visits America, and this game is not really happening. Sweet. Okay, well. Abort. Okay. Trash dig. We'll never figure out what trash dig ever was, but you know what? That's the magic of Google. Trash. I can't even spell it. Hang on. Trash dig. I got something really weird on YouTube. I mean Google. And okay. Interesting. What is happening? Show it. I don't know if I can. Okay. Just don't don't okay, fine. It's just someone's baby, but this baby's making a face, and the title says trash dig. Okay, fine. Baby. That's a very angry baby. Actually, you know what? This works really well. Look. Hello, it is me, baby Jotle Blips. Today I will play bloop games on the Pluter. Okay. Well, oh, guys, what the fuck? It installed anyway? Oh my god. Here it is. It installed anyway. It said abort, but no. Look. Thank you, angry baby. Bless you, angry baby. Bless you, trash baby. Okay. Whoa. Press any key to continue. Oh, motherfucker. I was ready to have a spicy adventure. Because that baby didn't agree with me. I like that baby. Just looks like me. Anyway. Well, we've played a couple games so far. None of them has really worked, so that's unfortunate. But, guess what? I have a Dragon Ball game from '87 by Anonymous. This is porn, isn't it? Let me see. Let's see what we're working with first. No, this isn't Dragon Ball. This isn't Dragon Ball at all. Turbo. Oh, I read it as Turbo Goku, but it's Gomoku. oh, it's just. Oh, I'm winning. Look, I won. Fantastic. Isn't this game is called Crosses and what's it called? X and O's. Yeah, Goku. I didn't know that was a thing, but it's Turbo. How the hell can you read that wrong? Well, I don't know.
This thief is stealing $1,500 worth of Lego, according to the store's owner. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the past decade, there have been a slew of Lego thefts, including one totaling about $300,000. But why are thieves around the world targeting a toy? Well, one reason might be that the most expensive Lego sets cost more than an iPhone 15. That's why this guy was trying really hard to reach the top shelf.
These went from around $120 to overnight selling on eBay for several $1,000s. My friends and family don't actually know about this room. I think they'd probably be quite shocked if I ever opened the door and they saw all the Lego that was in here.
But it wasn't always like this. In 2006, Lego's most expensive set was $270. So how did we get here? How did Lego go from a children's toy to a collector's item? And why is it so expensive? Today, Lego is the world's largest toy company.
Everything is awesome.
But its story didn't start with plastic bricks. It started with wood. While Lego found success with wooden toys, the company's first major turning point came in 1949. when its founder took a gamble and started manufacturing plastic bricks. Plastic toys were cutting-edge technology at the time, but Lego wasn't the first to pursue this idea. Here are 2 patents by a company called Kittycraft from 1939 and 1945. And well, you can decide how much inspiration Lego took. Plastic bricks didn't click right away. Lego had to stick with the product and innovate to pull kids away from wooden and metal toys. And to understand the price of Lego today, we have to rewind to its very first set. It was just a box of bricks without instructions. Some of the earliest gift sets cost 25 Danish krone, about $60 today. But in 1955, Lego released the Town Plan, a simple version of the sets we have today. Kids built buildings and combined them to create little Lego cities. With this release, Lego solidified what it called the system in play. Its guiding philosophy would be that every brick should fit together and stand the test of time, allowing kids of all ages to build in unlimited ways. And we can't not mention the reasonably priced line. Then in 1958, Lego perfected its bricks with the stud and tube method, an interlocking design that enabled large yet stable builds. Lego uses that design for its bricks to this day.
Lego is brilliant. Pieces that were built from the beginning of Lego interact with pieces that were built today.
With just a few exceptions.
Do you know about brown? There were some brown bricks that were made like during a certain period of Lego that were more delicate than others, and like if you try to build with some of those bricks today, they're a little brittle. But 99.9% of all Lego that has ever been made is designed to stand the test of time and is awesome.
By the 1960s, plastic bricks were a hit, and Lego made them its full focus. But at the time, Lego's products were still pretty simple. Aside from reinventing the wheel in 1962, its builds were blocky and predominantly used the classic rectangular brick. Lego's second major turning point came in the 1970s, when it started to release more creative sets, like the 1978 Space Cruiser. It had 170 pieces and cost $10, or about $48 today. Lego referred to these themed sets as the system within the system. They added new pieces that expanded the Lego palette, like colored transparent parts and thrusters. For builders like Dave, these pieces expanded the possibilities of Lego.
It's really fun to have other options because it's not like drawing where you have unlimited possibilities. Like your limitations are the brick that exists. So every time a new piece or a new color gets added, it's exciting. So builds that I built like 10 years ago, I would build totally different now because there's an expanded palette of what's available to build with.
Throughout the 70s, Lego transformed from a toy into a creative medium. Releasing dozens of new parts, sets, and even debuting the iconic minifigure. The company experienced huge success and worldwide growth in the 1980s.
Hour after hour, day after day, year after year, Lego changes. There's no end to Lego.
But much like those brown bricks, cracks were starting to show. By the late 1990s, sales slumped, and the company was losing money for the first time ever. Lego had grown rapidly and spread itself too thin, investing heavily in theme parks, media properties, and merchandise. Meanwhile, sales for its original focus, the brick, were slipping. Lego released sets that required less building, ignoring what fans loved about the toy. Take the Galador theme, which barely resembles a Lego product.
Every dimension needs a hero. Every hero needs a special power. In Galador, it's glitching.
Glitching was not going to save Lego. Sets like those had one-off pieces that didn't fit into the Lego system. They cost more to manufacture and were less profitable. An executive would later say, "We had actually seen a decline in profitability, yet we continued to invest as if the company were growing very strongly. We failed to realize that we were on a slippery path." The company's annual report described 2003 as a very disappointing year for Lego Company. Executives were also concerned that physical toys might not keep up with the exploding video game industry. One of the few things that kept Lego afloat was Bionicle, the company's best seller for 4 years straight. Another bright spot was its licensed Star Wars sets, first released in 1999. These ranged in price from $6 to $90, and they flew off the shelves. Licensed sets would become hugely important for Lego, but more on that later. Outside the company, something unexpected was growing, all on its own. It turned out that kids weren't the only ones who thought Lego was fun.
Even in college, I was like, my friends were like going out to the bars, and I was like, well, but I could buy some more Lego with that money.
Dave is what some people refer to as an AFOL.
Adult fan of Lego, which I don't know. I mean, it's a term that we use somewhat endearingly, but it's also a little cheeky.
His skill and passion for Lego earned him a spot on the TV series Lego Masters, which millions of viewers watch weekly for its competitions between adults.
I'm like a super fan. I watch like the international versions too. I love it.
But the hobby looked a lot different when Dave first started building. Before the 2000s, even Lego's most complex sets had young age recommendations, like 9 and up or 11 to 16. But that didn't deter creative people like Dave from getting into the hobby.
This is like 40 years of collecting Lego. It's almost embarrassing to think about how much the dollar value is of this Lego. If I buy a set, I'm taking that apart. I'm building it once to like learn the techniques, but then I'm taking that set apart and integrating that into this collection so that I can use the pieces for my own ideas.
By the 1990s, there was a growing group of passionate fans like Dave, who had either played with Lego as a kid or discovered it in adulthood as a creative outlet. And they were spending a lot on Lego. For enthusiasts, having a room or an entire basement dedicated to Lego is a common practice.
Everybody has a different system that works for them. It's in here somewhere, you just have to find it. The system's always changing. One of my favorite containers right here. I sold those 3 goats recently. Got croissants and bottles and eggs, chicken legs. So this is a whole container that just has minifigure hair. Maybe this is a little morbid, but you could have a whole container of just minifigure heads. It's definitely more than 100,000 bricks in this room. It's probably somewhere between 100,000 and 500,000 just individual Lego elements in this room, but like some of them are really small. I mean, there's probably 10,000 pieces right here.
Dave estimates his collection is worth about $50,000.
There's lots of ways to have a collection to build up. You know, it might be a collection of vacations that you've taken over time, and this is a collection of memories and builds and pieces from many, many, many years of doing this. I love it because it's a way to tell stories. I can talk about or think about like things that have been happening in my life or things that are happening in the world or tell imaginary stories. I was like, younger, building by myself in my apartment. It's a very solitary thing, building Lego. You're usually by yourself or maybe with a sibling or a family member. It really can be for anybody because there's so many different ways to be with Lego.
In the 1990s, the passion of builders like Dave was quietly growing. waiting for a spark that would forever change the hobby.
You've got mail. I'm at the center of the web.
High-tech illusion, fantasy.
Somebody can hardly turn the computer on. It's all a bit worrying.
When the internet started to catch on, people like me who had been building discovered that there were other people like me. And it was great to be able to connect, to see that other people were building. It wasn't just like building in solitude. And that's really, I think, when Lego started to become something else and not just a kid's toy.
But Lego didn't always accept or understand its adult fans. One former executive said that decades ago, Lego saw fans like Dave as a source of irritation. Another said Lego didn't think their adult fans had value. One of Lego's former CEOs said, "We kept thinking that much more should be done for the adult. Most people on the management team thought we should concentrate on children instead."
For a long time, up until the 1990s, being a fan of something was not seen in a positive light. Like, why are you wasting your time playing with Legos? And so I can totally see why a company in the 1990s would really want to reject that.
But the AFOL community's momentum was not easily stopped. It was growing not just online, but in person.
People from all over the world would come together to be part of a convention.
In the early 2000s, conventions helped fans connect and build a strong community. It was also great marketing for Lego, because enthusiasts would display giant creations, like this 8-foot-wide Lord of the Rings build that took 11 years to construct.
I don't know how much it cost. It was definitely in the thousands. Like, for me now, I'm done buying Lego. I feel like I have enough here.
I've been playing with it since I was a kid. I got my first set when I was 4 or 5. Good portion of the apartment is filled with Lego. When we buy a house, we'll very quickly have a Lego basement.
We often find the most powerful fandoms and the longest lasting fandoms come from the community. They tend to be grassroots or ground up kind of fandoms. That sort of creative transformation coheres a fan community, I think, stronger than if a media corporation or a toy company says, "Here's the way I want you to be a fan."
But remember this set?
I bought 2, I sold 1, and I think I'll hold this one for a while and see where I get to.
One huge aspect of the hobby driven by the community is the resale market. Lego retires its sets every few years. After that, if you want to buy it or need a specific piece, your only option is to buy secondhand. Because of this artificial scarcity, some sets skyrocket in value, and savvy buyers view Lego as an investment.
So this is my Lego storage room. I'd say there'd be over 600 to 700 of them stored inside this room. My kids aren't allowed in here. Probably could be stored better, but I have an air vent for ventilation and store a lot of them in cardboard boxes to keep the boxes in good condition. I know the retail value of the sets I've purchased is over $50,000. Secondary market value, I would suspect it's a lot more than that. Some of the sets alone are worth 3 to 4 times what the retail price was. I keep this nicely locked away. It is not a set to play with.
Justine says she collects Lego not with the intention of reselling, but because she wants to build each one.
Just have to get it out. It's a big one.
However, knowing many sets increase in value gives her some pause in cracking open the box.
So I don't really have a strategy or approach to buying Lego. I buy what I like. Unfortunately, I like a lot. On occasion, I have bought a set twice because I've forgotten that I purchased it. There is one minifigure alone within that set, Harley Quinn, that is worth $400, and the set itself is worth $1,200. So I'd love to build it, but at the same time, it's really hard to say I'll go, spend $400 overnight while building that set and reducing its value. My ratio of built Lego to Lego in box is probably a little out of whack.
Prices on the second-hand market can be eye-watering.
Like a minifigure like this could go for like $200 because it's a very rare minifigure that only appeared in one set ever.
But not everything multiplies in value. And this massive network of spare parts is what empowers builders like Dave.
I probably ordered like 2,000 lightsaber rods just to make this floor. It doesn't even look like Lego anymore. I'm putting them on their ends and putting them all so close together that they make that hexagonal tile.
In the early 2000s, Lego's fans were innovating more than the company was. And in order to survive, it needed to embrace AFOLs. Lego recognized it was pursuing a losing strategy while ignoring a key customer base. To turn the tide, it cut costs, sold the theme parks, and refocused on its core business of building with bricks. And it was time to finally consider adults. In 2004, Lego, now under a new CEO, planned to fundamentally change the way it did business. Over the next few years, it sought to improve its products by developing what it referred to as grassroots collaboration with its adult fans. In addition to making sets more profitable, Lego needed to recapture customer excitement. And who better to ask for help than its most passionate fans? In its 2006 annual report, Lego said it obtains inspiration from the many independent homepages and clubs for Lego enthusiasts all over the world. In 2007, Lego released a $500 Millennium Falcon with over 5,000 pieces, recommended for ages 16 and up. This marked a jump in set complexity, price, and target demographic. To put this change into perspective, the 1999 Star Wars pod race set cost $90, had 896 pieces, and listed an age range of 8 to 12.
They've also hired people like me who were Lego builders to work for them. The things that we kind of pioneered are now being pioneered by the people who work at Lego. So it's much more exciting because the techniques in Lego sets have become more advanced. And you learn more when building a Lego set than when you did when you were a kid and the sets were simpler.
When fans are running the thing that they're a fan of, they can expand it in ways that they know other people will enjoy.
This is the start of the company's third turning point, getting kids and adults excited about Lego. To achieve this, Lego released bigger, more interesting sets and expanded its licensed products.
Brand tie-ins in Lego sets work phenomenally to get people interested in purchasing the set. People that are fans of that particular brand might purchase the Lego set that wouldn't normally buy Legos.
This strategy coincided with an explosion of pop culture fandoms and a growth of what's referred to as the kidult industry.
Kidult industries are industries that produce products that we would associate with children, but aimed at an adult market. And it's become a huge area of business.
Lego released its first 18-plus set in 2020. And since then, the company has released dozens of products each year, clearly targeting adults. Some of these sets, like the Star Wars AT-AT, are complex, with thousands of pieces and a price tag to match. Others feature themes like dried flowers that try to appeal to older builders. These sets are also perfect to display once you've built them.
I display my Doctor Who Legos because I want people to know that that's an important part about who I am, and I'm proud of that. Previously nerdy things and hobbies and fandoms are absolutely a part of mainstream popular culture today.
Now, LEGO's website even says adults welcome. This strategy allows LEGO to cater to a customer base and a price point it couldn't reach if it only focused on kids.
I personally don't set myself a budget for LEGO because if I did, I'd just blow it.
LEGO also acquired Bricklink, the largest LEGO resale marketplace, in 2019. At the time, LEGO's CEO said, "Our adult fans are extremely important to us. We have worked closely with the community for many years and look forward to deepening our collaboration."
We've seen just how much money that sort of thing makes. That gives it seriousness. But I think also because we've just kind of normalized weirdness in a way that makes me really happy.
I really never cared what the age was on the Lego set because I was like, I want the pieces. I just want the pieces to build. But it's good messaging, I think, from Lego to say, like, this isn't just a kid's toy, this is for adults too. And for me, it didn't matter, but I think for a lot of people, it is welcoming.
And LEGO's plan to save the company worked. 2 decades later, the company boasts nearly 10 times the revenue. But amid this success, profits weren't the only number going up. Walking down the toy aisle and seeing LEGO sets priced at hundreds of dollars can be alarming. But is LEGO actually more expensive than 10 or 20 years ago? To answer this question, let's look at price per piece. That's the price of a set divided by how many pieces are included. It's not a perfect measurement, and it doesn't include minifigures, but think of it as a broad look at the value of a set. Remember that 2007 Millennium Falcon? That had a price per piece of 10 cents. A decade later, LEGO released a new Millennium Falcon with over 7,500 pieces for $850 and a price per piece of 11 cents. That's just 1 cent higher. And adjusted for inflation, it's actually 1 cent lower. Some set themes are more expensive than others, but the price per piece has remained surprisingly stable over the past 20 years. Ironically, some of the worst value sets are ones designed for young children, like Duplo. This set has a price per piece of $1.30. So why are sets more expensive? They're much more complex. This chart shows an increase in average set prices since 2014. But it aligns with an increase in average pieces per set since the same year.
They could do a Millennium Falcon for $30 and it wouldn't look as good and it wouldn't be as big. But they know that they can do this big one because there is a market for it.
So if you're walking through Target seeing high prices and thinking that LEGO is expensive, you're not entirely wrong. Since 2020, LEGO has released significantly more sets that cost over $300. But it's also releasing more sets overall. About twice as many annually as it did in 2008, and about 4 times the amount it released in the 1990s.
You can have unlimited pieces, but it's also fun to just build with what you have. And sometimes the limit of what you have is more challenging than building with unlimited pieces. Once in a while, I'll be working on something and be like, well, is it worth it for me to go buy more of this, or can I find another solution for it with what I have so that I don't have to buy more of something? That's really what LEGO is about, is creative problem solving, is like, can I solve it this way? Is there another way to solve it? Or is there a third way that I haven't even thought about yet?
Going all in on the brick helped LEGO beat the one-hit wonder problem many toy companies have. But it also created an ecosystem and a creative medium that has endured nearly 70 years of competition and shifting pop culture.
My mom tells me that she got me my first Lego set when I was 4 years old. I don't think I could have predicted where Lego would go. I love Lego because I feel the nostalgia from when I was a kid. You know, it brings me back to those moments of sitting on the rug, building that set, being young and enjoying that. And I like the way that it connects generations, that adults can play with the same toy with their kids that they played with when they were a kid.
It's continually new and it's continually refreshing, and that's in its DNA. I don't think we're ever going to see a fandom for Lego die in the way that we might for a media text, which waxes and wanes over time.
My hope for the future is that it will continue to be more accessible to people, whether that's through having representation of different people in their sets or price. I think price is a block for a lot of people. How can we make it an entry point that is accessible to everyone? I would hope that people who watch this think, when they look at Lego and then they look at this, they're like, oh, you have to have that much Lego to be an amazing Lego builder. It's not really about that. The coolest techniques I've come up with, or that I've seen other people use, are when they have constraints. It's not really about how much you have. It's about ingenuity. It's about trying to find different ways to solve problems. So I wouldn't ever be intimidated by seeing something huge. It's okay to just put a couple pieces together and have it be something amazing.
Pas hidup lagi capek-capeknya, butuh banget quality time. Aroma dan hangatnya Indomie Kuah bikin quality time yang gak tergantikan. Indomie Kuah, it's quality time.
It's time to sparkle. Vitalis Iriti Sparkle kini dengan kemasan baru.
From Rolls-Royce to Cuban cigars, handmade scissors to Doc Martens. We search the earth and beyond to discover the stories behind some of the costliest products. Our first stop is the south coast of England. Inside this building, some of the most luxurious cars are completely customized for the rich and famous. Rolls-Royce makes some of the world's most luxurious cars. Known for producing handcrafted automobiles that promise a seamless magical carpet ride for its customers, a Rolls-Royce car does not come cheap. These are some of the best-selling Rolls-Royce models, and these are their entry-level prices. But with virtually unlimited optional extras, upgrades, and customizations, the true cost of a bespoke Rolls-Royce has no limits. In fact, Rolls-Royce refuses to even discuss its base prices.
There isn't really a specific base price which we would just discuss, because it really depends on each customer as an individual and the bespoke options which they like to design and develop with our bespoke team.
So what are some of these bespoke extras? And is that what makes Rolls-Royce so expensive?
One of the first obvious starting points probably is the colour. We have a palette of 44,000 plus colours. We replicate people's lipsticks, something from your house, something you own, something you've seen. Even we've done the dog of an owner, a red setter. So we exactly replicate them, whether it be by the DNA, the chemistry, or whatever. For us, it's unique. It'll be registered as your colour, and you can give it a name, and it's yours. And if someone else has seen it and wants to use that exact finish, we have to go to that person and ask their permission. When we go to the paint shop, you'll see it's called the Surface Finish Centre, because it's a bit of an insult to say we're painting the car. It's more than that. You're going to have at least 7 layers of coat. There's primers, there's base coats, there's colour, and unusually we put on 2 clear coats of lacquer. But you could have up to 23 layers of coating, which we've done before, equating to about 45 kilograms in weight just of coat.
In addition to the endless variations of colour, Rolls-Royce customers can infuse their paint with materials to create special effects. One particularly wealthy customer went one step further, requesting the addition of 1,000 diamonds.
We wanted a bit more sparkle in the finish, so it gave us a bag of diamonds. We crushed them, they were infused into the paint.
Remarkably, the detailed paintwork on Rolls-Royce cars is done by hand by just one person.
My name is Mark Court and I am the coach liner for Rolls-Royce Motor Cars. A coach liner means that I am able to put this pinstripe onto the side of the car. The uniqueness is the fact that I do it completely freehand, and I'm the only one within Rolls-Royce that can do this. That's like worldwide within the Rolls-Royce BMW group. So the brushes I use is made of squirrel hair. We found that most brushes nowadays are man-made, and which tends to leave brush marks within these lines. This is a natural hair. This natural hair tends to leave no marks at all. So we work to one standard, which is the highest standard. So we use one that leaves no brush marks at all.
And if customers without a coach line decide to add one to their car, Mark is on hand to travel worldwide with his paintbrush.
As normal, with Rolls-Royce, Rolls-Royce never comes back to us, we go to it. So if it's in Dubai, so be it. That's where I have to go.
There are several unmistakable features of every Rolls-Royce exterior. The
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, they beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm, they're the Jedi of the sea. They stop Cthulhu eating ye. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. Just don't let them touch your balls. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. Inventors of the shish kebab. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, they beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm, they're the Jedi of the sea. They stop Cthulhu eating ye. Narwhals.
Hey, you, I'm looking for your peanuts. Have you got them stashed around the house? Hey, you, what's that in your pocket? Is it your peanuts? Oh no, it's a mouse. This is a song about peanuts. It's a song about peanuts, not about peanuts, because I'm not gay. Oh no, I'm not gay.
Hari ini aku akan
Waffles, Belgian or potato waffles. Look in front of you now. Do you have a waffle? Wouldn't you be happier if you did? I'm talking waffles, Belgian or potato waffles. Look in front of you now. Do you have a waffle? Wouldn't you be happier if you did? I'm talking waffles, Belgian and potato, all kinds taste great. Waffles, Belgian or potato waffles. Look in front of you now. Do you have a waffle? Wouldn't you be happier if you did? I'm talking waffles, Belgian and potato, all kinds taste great, oh yes they do, cause they are waffles. Invented by Gandhi, why not keep several handy for moments when you need waffles? Waffle, 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 waffles. Waffle, 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 waffles. Waffles, waffles, waffles. I'm talking waffles, Belgian or potato waffles. Look in front of you now. Do you have a waffle? Take me to the hospital, lady. Gotta have another baby, gotta have a big baby. Take me to the hospital, lady. Gotta poo out a baby. Pow, pow, pow. 20 babies. Pow, 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 pow. 15 babies. Pow, 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 pow. 10 more babies. Pow, 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 pow. Would you like a baby? I can make you one now. Ladies, I know all about making babies. Yo, 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 yo. Ladies, I I make babies every day. Yeah. I got my own ward down the hospital, cause I got so many babies. Yeah, I got an ambulance that ferries me back and forth to my crib and the hospital. Ooh, I'm making babies. Yeah, it's so easy. Have a sandwich, make a baby. Have a pizza, make another free. Watch out, I'm eating the bacon. 1,800,000 more, baby.
I've seen things, I've seen them with my eyes. I've seen things, they're often in disguise. Like carrots, handbags, cheese, toilets, Russians, pilots, hamsters, weddings, poets, Stalin, Kuala Lumpur, pygmies, budgies, Kuala Lumpur. I've seen things, I've seen them with my eyes. I've seen things, they're often in disguise. Like carrots, handbags, cheese. Flying squirrels, bombing round the sky, looking super fly. Squirrels flying, thanks to flaps of skin, they go base jumping. Up in the air, soaring with eagles, covered in hair, dive bombing your beagles, fighting with budgies, then stealing their nuts. Supporting nuts, budgies, you don't even like them. Oh no, budgies don't like nuts. Flying squirrels, hijacking planes and macking on their hostesses. Squirrels flying, keeping air traffic control on their toes is how they roll.
The show that reveals how extraordinary items in our world are designed, constructed, and produced. See the engineering that's the show that reveals how extraordinary items in our world are designed, constructed, and produced. See the engineering, the technology, and big ideas that make the world go round. Find out how it works. The show that reveals how extraordinary items in our world are designed, constructed, and produced. See the engineering, the technology, and big ideas that make the world go round. Find out how it works. The show that reveals how extraordinary items in our world are designed, constructed, and produced. See the engineering, the technology, and big ideas that make the world go round. The show that reveals how extraordinary items in our world are designed, constructed, and produced. See the engineering, the technology, and big ideas that make the world go round. Find out how it works. The show that reveals how extraordinary items in our world are designed, constructed, and produced. See the engineering, the technology, and big ideas that make the world go round. Find out how it works. Coming up, skyscrapers. How 2 giant towers were built by 1.5.
So this is Monster Clay, and this is what it looks like in the package when you purchase it. It is a sulfur-free oil-based clay that comes in this black microwavable and oven-safe container. It's made by the brand Monster Makers, and it comes in a variety of softnesses. You get 4.5 pounds in a container, and I recommend going for the medium. It's middle ground and has the most universal purpose. It'll be marked on the side of the container container as well. It's a non-toxic clay that never cures, so that means you can reuse this as many times as you would like. So that makes it a great candidate for practice sculpture, but also anything to do with resin casting, and it reheats to a malleable consistency. It comes in this color gray or this terracotta. The terracotta is more standard and you'll find it more frequently. The gray is a little more translucent. I would probably go for the terracotta if you were to choose one, but having both colors serves a purpose as well. So here you can see that it is a plasticky consistency. It is quite firm when it is cool like this, and you can mess with it with your fingers, but it is quite solid and hard to work with in this state. It's also not very messy, and I find that it doesn't leave a gross residue on your hands. And I guess the negative to this particular clay and sculpture method is that if you do want to create an original sculpture for casting purposes, you're not going to be able to ship these sculptures very easily to a casting company. So you'd want to perform a waste mold, which is basically where you would mold the model in silicone and create a single resin cast to detail with a clay similar to epoxy, and then that would be your master copy that you would send away. So that's a little risky, especially if you're new to mold making, and that's personally why I stick to the epoxy originals, because I'm able to just send the original in the mail and not have it damage and not put 3 years of work into a monster clay sculpture only to have it ruin in the mold making process. You can imprint your nail into it fairly easily though, as you can see, so it's not completely solid. Another product you're going to want to get when using this clay is isopropyl murostate, which is a product that is used in cosmetics, but the Monster Maker company sells one that is made for the clay. This is the smoothing agent, and I store a little bit of this in a glass jar. It will erode some plastic containers, so you have to be careful what you store it in. But I also got this really awesome nail polish remover dispenser, which allows you to pump up some of that solution while you're using it without forgetting to, close the container when you're done sculpting. Then I have a selection of tools that are specific to monster clay, separate from my epoxy tools, and I like to have a variety of them. I gravitate towards the metal-based tools for this clay. It's a bit too firm for any of the silicone shaper tools, and I don't find I use them at all. And these are some of my favorite tools. So these ribbon clay tools I actually found on Amazon, and I'm going to link them in the description below because they are incredible. They're super strong, super high quality, and because they're double-sided, you get a ton of different options. I also got these miniature sculpting tools off of eBay. I'll link them as well. I find the mini spoon tool the most useful. They're good for fine detail work for sure. I also like this flat little metal spoon and this pointy or metal tool as well. I like to have a collection on hand, and whatever works best for you, you'll figure out. Also, you're going to need some cheap synthetic brushes, and before working with this clay, I do recommend taking off any jewelry because it will get caught in your rings. So here's a blob of clay that has been chilling out in the container, and if you mess with it, it is quite firm. Even the medium consistency is quite hard to make malleable, and it'll almost break off in chunks. So I find like peeling a tiny piece, I'm able to warm that up in my hands by kneading it in between my fingers, but it takes a lot of effort, and your hands would inevitably get very, very fatigued and very sore and like early onset arthritis. So I don't recommend taking chunks of this clay and trying to warm it up purely with your hands. This stuff is so easy to use in the sense of just popping it in the microwave. Like I said before, it is in a microwavable safe container. You can also heat it up in the oven. There's directions on the side of the package for that. Throwing it in the microwave here, I put it in for 4 minutes, and that makes it the perfect temperature. And make sure that you use oven mitts to take it out of the microwave so you don't burn yourself. And you can see here that the container itself isn't too hot on the edges, but the consistency of the clay is very soupy in the middle, so it is very warm and more malleable for sure. Like, this is taking no effort to move around. Another example I'll show you is if you put a small portion into a microwavable container, you can melt it down to a literal liquid, and that means that you have options for casting, mold making. You could find a lot of different uses for it in this liquid state because you can purely pour it out. So here you can see that the clay is very hot, and you want to be very careful not to burn yourself in that liquid stuff. And I find that the microwave heats the under layer of the clay a little more than the upper layers, so you have to be careful digging into this stuff. And you can see it's like really gooey and it's getting all over my hands, and it's like, this is going to be a hot mess. But the more that you work with it in between your hands and it starts to cool to room temperature, it all sticks to itself and none of it will remain on your hands. It's wild. It is like the coolest stuff ever. I find this process very therapeutic because it is so warm. It's nice to work with, and that's a nice change because I do feel like my hands fatigue quite a bit in the sculpting phase. I have really weak joints and I'm prone to arthritis, so working with this consistency of clay is so liberating and actually enjoyable. So here you can see it has a very stretchy consistency as well. And you can dip hard pieces that have cooled into that molten lava and then remix them to make a better consistency for working. You can fuss with this and find what works best for you. Another tool that a lot of people will recommend and I have tried is heating it up in a crock pot on the low setting. I have this little dipper crock pot that doesn't have temperature setting on it, but I find that this just turns to straight liquid and actually makes it too warm because you don't want to overheat it to the point where it's boiling, and I feel like that's what this does, so I don't recommend using that. Now, monster clay you can use to create your own original 3D sculptures. They can be freestanding because this stuff solidifies hard enough, or you can do it on an armature pole. I also really like using this clay for my personal medallion sculpture, and I was able to salvage this apple medallion out of the original mold, so it's good hardy stuff. You can use this clay to create pieces that you intend on casting. You can pour your mold silicone right over it. It works in great conjunction. Here you can see that I've imprinted my nail into this horse sculpture I'm working on, and I can just smooth that out simply with my thumb. I find if you're working for flat medallion-like sculptures, using a kitchen tile with a smooth finish on a tabletop art stand is really beneficial. And so here I'm just going to put some of that warm clay onto this sculpture of a horse here. I can do a lot of the beginning fleshing out with just my thumbs and fingers. It smooths really nice with just your thumb texture. But I find that these ribbon tools are the best tools, and you will complete your sculpture in a subtractive sculpting method where you will simply peel away the clay almost like chocolate, and it looks like chocolate, and when I'm sculpting I crave chocolate. But I find that these work the best for it. So you're gonna do your original sculpt in kind of a sketchy manner, and then you'll be able to buff out a lot of the imperfections and smooth this all down with the mirror state. I find it a really different sculptural process than the epoxy clays, but I find it a little more practical for practicing and for understanding form and understanding anatomy. It's a lot easier to use, and you can work on these projects for a year if you wanted to, so not having that timeline of the epoxy clay makes this stuff a good choice for when you're starting out and learning. Here I'm using that mini spoon tool to flesh out some of the eye detailing, and it works really well. I'm just using a Scotch Brite pad to buff out some of the imperfections. This works as like a sandpaper on this clay. The mirror state here, I'm just demonstrating that if you just put it on a straight brush and go to town, it's not really gonna smooth anything out. It doesn't work like isopropyl. So I take this blunt brush that I cut the bristles off of, and I use that as a sandpaper source as well to smooth out all of the little imperfections that those ribbon tools made in the clay. I'll just buff everything out, and then I can apply the mirror state to the sculpture to smooth out the clay, and this will give it a relatively smooth finish, but it does give it still a bit of a sketchier feel, a bit of a more organic look, and I think that's why this clay is so popular. It takes detail really well. You want to use the mirror state really sparingly, and I recommend dipping your brush in it and then blotting it out on a paper towel before smoothing the sculpture, because if you add too much to the surface, it's going to turn to soup. Another little tip, using a hair dryer, I can just warm up the clay on the surface until it's a little bit shiny, and then I can smooth it out with my thumb, and that works a lot easier than dragging my thumb over that hard solidified clay. And then if you need things to cure really quickly, because you don't want to be smushing them around, if you get some canned air and hold it upside down and spray, this instantly cools the clay in an almost magical way. It's quite fun to watch, so. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you learned something, and Monster Clay is a really great tool to use, and I use it quite a bit now in my studio practice. I really like working with it. It's really easy stuff to have fun with. There are links in the description below on where to buy Monster Clay and how much it will cost for you. If you have any questions or concerns, feel free to email me or message me. Make sure to like and subscribe to my YouTube channel for more tutorials and art-related content. Make sure to check me out on Instagram and Facebook.
Today we're going to be playing around with Monster Clay, which I've never used before, but I've seen used in like concept sculptures for movie characters or props or things that are essentially turned into molds and poured and casted and all that stuff. It's a really, from what I hear, really fun to use concept and sculpting material that is wax or oil based, not water based. This is really going to be my first experience using Monster Clay, so I'm going to share some of my first experience thoughts and impressions. On all the videos I've seen of it, it shows that it comes quite hard, and even just like this already, this is supposed to be the medium viscosity, but that's, oh god, that's firm. Now you can, in theory, sort of warm it up in your hands. Apparently there's a shortcut that does this way more effectively, and that is chucking the whole thing in the microwave. This says it can become dangerously overheated, so I'm not going to go crazy, but I am going to chuck this in the microwave for a couple of minutes and see what happens. Now while we give it a couple of minutes to soften in the microwave, I have a moment now to talk to you and tell you about the sponsor of this video, Audible. They have an unmatched library of non-fiction and self-help and a whole bunch of awesome material there, including Audible originals that you can't get anywhere else. Whether you have a New Year's New You goal of being a better parent or a better leader, even a better person, Audible is amazing. Whether you're wanting to get into a creative flow or make the most of yourself this new year, and Audible's giving you your first audiobook for free when you try Audible for 30 days using the link audible.com/Jazza or by texting Jazza to 500 and you'll get that first free audiobook. I can't recommend Audible enough. Again, my recommendations are in the description. Once again, audible.com/Jazza or text Jazza to 500 and get your free audiobook and make the most of your creative time and yourself this New Year's. Sounds like it's ready. I'm a little nervous because last time I tried microwaving things for an art video, didn't go so well.
I like to take risks, even if they're stupid. It melted the jug! This isn't a microwave-proof jug. Turns out half the scent is melting plastic. Let's clear out of here.
Let's hope this time is a little different. All right. This is 2 minutes, and let's see how different it is. That's quite a lot more malleable. The material can actually melt into a liquid state, and apparently it melts a little more in the middle. So I'm interested to just melt a little bit more in the microwave. Again, I may regret this, but I want to know more about the material. So, let's do it again. I should quit while I'm ahead, but I'm just too curious to not try this. With a high degree of caution. I will do it with a high degree of caution. I promise. Okay. Let's see if this is any different. It's softer still, but oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that bubbling up from the middle. Oh, it's liquid. It's liquid. Oh, that's cool. You can see it's already sort of drying where it overflowed. Oh, this is so weird. Now, apparently this could be, ooh, it's really liquid in the middle there. I'm just getting really like amused by this. It's like a little goop volcano. Whoa! I think it's about time we see what we can do with this stuff. So maybe let's start off with, I don't know, a bit of a sample head. I'm drawing a bit of a blank. I'm just playing with this lump. But you know what? Let's go to the reliable basics. Playing with a medium with a Jazza avatar head. This won't be the only thing I sculpt. This is just my warm-up, okay? Feel like it's too soft, and I think handling it isn't making it easier. I'm gonna pop it in the freezer for like 2 minutes. Let's just see if it works the same in reverse. This is probably not how you're supposed to do this. The bit that is touching the freezer has gone a lot harder, whereas the other stuff has slightly hardened. So it does sort of work unevenly. All right, let's bring over the trusty turntable here. I'm finding myself already drawn to like doing something more realistic, but I'll hold back. I'll just keep it simple for now. I'll do a bigger, more time-consuming, slightly more detailed and realistic one after I do this experiment. Look at this. It's really easy when it's warm to just scoop this stuff out of the tray and build up your sculpture. Right off the bat, this is a really interesting material just to be handled. And this is where I imagine if I wasn't, you know, rushing through a simple, I guess, sketch sculpture, I'd let it solidify more and then come back through and add the details, like the dimples, the nice... Oh! Oh god. Bum, bum. That's right, I just wanted to flatten the top of the head, so that was all part of the plan. And we just add the pupils and some further final details, like the hairline. There we go. Look at that. Absolutely stunning. Jazza avatar. Don't act like you're not impressed. I think that'll about do it. I think the material's at the right sort of temperature to work with properly, and I don't think I actually do want to take doing this seriously. But I'm going to make a new armature and make it bigger and spend a lot of time and when it hardens up, add a lot of detail and have a lot of fun with this. Let's see how it goes. After demolishing my hideous initial play with the clay, I thought, hey, what do you say? Let's, this fine day, have a more serious play. I built a simple armature base for a larger bust with my armature wire and filled the center of the head area with tin foil, so most of the weight of the clay would be on the base and would keep the sculpture stable. It would also, of course, keep me from using more clay than necessary on the entire sculpture. And then came the process of slowly building up the core solid areas of my sculpture. Eventually, I had a head and shoulder position I was happy with and started to outline some core geometry with the gradual adding and removal of clay. Adding was as simple as finding either a more liquid or solid mass of clay, depending on what I needed or how much I wanted to add, and shaping it into position. Adding more solid clay, usually in the form of something I'd sort of pre-sculpted, stuck a lot better if I first used a heat gun on the area of the sculpture that I was sticking it to. Removing clay was super satisfying, using sculpting tools almost like potato peelers. This material was really nice to work with, especially after it had hardened up a bit. As the sculpture progressed more and more, I found I was refining and cleaning the figure, making him look far more human and clean than I'd expected I'd be doing. I think in part because it was so satisfying to just continue to work and refine the material. But I thought it was time to add a bit more monster to my monster clay sculpture and start playing with details and getting a bit more aggressive. The sculpting process, especially when the model was more finalised and had solidified, was kind of like sculpting chocolate. Not that I've ever done that before, although, you know, maybe I should do that. Anyway, it removed when scraped away and was super easy to shape, but overall was really solid and firm, so I never felt at risk of accidentally misshaping the whole model or losing too much detail by touching it too much. Finally, I smoothed out the skin areas with some mineral spirits and gave some of the gory parts a bit of a wet look with just a tiny touch of the heat gun to bring it all monstrously together. Alright, this is it. You ready? This is the reveal. It's pretty gnarly. That's definitely a very monstrous sculpt. Now, considering this is my first time ever properly using this material, I'm really happy with the results, but I'm also just really over the moon with how this stuff feels to work with. The fact that you can make it so runny, but then it also hardens and in not too long a period of time is just really nice, and to build up certain areas or just to remelt some and add some details or smooth areas out, even using a heat gun just to meld things together, has just been super fun and really useful. Let me know in the comments what you want to see me make. I'm interested in making a sort of full person armature and something, I don't know, quite large and substantial. I'm really excited to jump into something ambitious, but this alone was just so much fun. Speaking of so much fun, I've just spent the last 5 hours listening to book 2 of the Reckoners series, and it's so much fun. It's really good, guys. You can listen to it on your desktop or on your mobile device. Sometimes I listen to it while I'm working out at the gym and listening to books that are motivational. Sometimes I listen to it just when I go for a walk to the shops and just want something to distract me or focus on. Those of you who watch my vlog channel know I listen to audiobooks all the time, which is why I'm so grateful that Audible have sponsored this video, and I highly encourage you to go check out audible.com/Jazza or text Jazza to 500 and claim your first free audiobook. And again, my recommendations are in the description. I'll put a bunch of the motivational self-helpy stuff in there that I found really cool, but also a whole bunch of the stories and adventures, biographies. I just love getting lost in a great audiobook while I work on something that I can really sink my teeth into. Or maybe just on something that could quite possibly sink its teeth into me. I want to thank you so much as well for watching this video. This has been a lot of fun, and let me know if you think I should cast this or mold this, maybe even paint a molded version of it. There's just worlds of possibilities, and I'm so excited to just have another medium that I can't wait to use more of. Thank you so much for watching this video, ladies and gentlemen, and until next time, I'll see you later. Make sure to subscribe to my channel to see more of my videos. And while you're at it, check out my shop where I sell ebooks, brushes, photo references, video courses, and more. There's another video you might enjoy from my channel over there, and you can also check out my behind the scenes daily vlog channel, Daily Jazza. That's it for now, and until next time, I'll see you later.
Frisian Flag, dukung energi. Ini habis, energinya nggak habis-habis. Mengejar prestasi dan cinta romantis. Minum Frisian Flag dulu. Dari susu segar dan coklat nikmat dengan vitamin mineral. Hasilnya bombastis. Frisian Flag, dukung energi sepanjang hari.
Tahu sesuatu tentang human trafficking di sekitar sini. Ikut saya ke kantor, nanti saya jelaskan.
seluruhnya terdiri dari 2 orang yang berbeda.
In this video, I attempt to sculpt the same character with varying levels of detail at varying time limits, starting with 5 minutes, then 50 minutes, and then 5 hours. Stay tuned to see how detailed and epic I can possibly get, but also to find how simple sculpture actually can be. This video is sponsored by Huion. G'day everyone, I'm Jazza and I love clay. And as you saw from the title and thumbnail of this video, I'm going to be creating a sculpture using the same amount of clay 3 times in 3 different amounts of time. Now, I've done this multiple times before with drawing, and I'm sure you've seen it before on art channels, but I don't think I've seen it yet with sculpting. Clay I'm using here is called Monster Clay. It's really smooth, it's like putty, it's microwavable, but be careful when you do that, you don't want to burn yourself. And this is the soft grade that actually comes in this super sculpture box, which I'll talk about at the end of the video. And the great thing about the soft grade is that you don't actually have to microwave it to make it workable. I tend to prefer the medium grade where you do sort of need to microwave it to work with it, but if you're new to sculpture, the soft grade is a really great thing to start off with because you really can just warm it up in the heat of your hands just by working it and getting it going. Before I sculpt the 5-minute one, I'm gonna make an armature. So to make an armature, all you need is some aluminium armature wire and some foil. Keep in mind, if you want to reuse this stuff, don't microwave it to soften it to get it off of your armature if you use aluminium or metal in your armature. Pretty self-explanatory, but it's worth explaining anyway.
As you can see, the tinfoil will immediately start arcing and emanating a blue glow.
Building an armature to work on top of gives you the benefit of having more size, so you're using less clay, you're just sort of filling the outside, and also more structural integrity. This dude, for example, has a whole skeleton. At least 50% of him is foil and armature wire. So I'm just scrunching up some more of the foil into a neck and literally just looping this wire around a bunch, working all the way down towards the neck. That's my armature. Potato head. Good start. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have maybe a third to work with in its normal state. I'm actually going to soften this in the microwave. Alrighty. Literally 30 seconds in the microwave in a microwave safe bowl, and it's not liquid, but it's soft enough to be really easy to work with. And for my subject, I'm going to create a portrait of King Amun. It was all part of an epic character design session, so I'll link to that in the description if you're curious about his story. He goes through this evolution, and I'm going to start with his younger self. Then with the second sculpture, I'm going to do his more elderly, homeless self. And then for the grand finale, I'm going to spend 5 hours on his final form, King Amuntep V. So, 5 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh my God. All right, I'm gonna just start with the soft stuff because it's really easy to wrap around the whole armature. But I need to save enough clay and build enough of an effective silhouette to have something cool to work with. Let's get some of our more solid clay. Oh, it's a little too solid. I have to work it really fast. I only have 4.5 minutes. Crap, I should have microwaved all of it. Jeremy, quick, Jeremy! Run! Jeremy! Run! The clock's running out. I need that in the microwave for 20 seconds. Bring it back as fast as you can. I'll only have like 2 minutes to sculpt with it when it gets back. That's okay. So you have the silhouette to get first. So I push in where the eyes go, and that gives you the eyebrows, works into the nose, and then you just work in the bulk of the silhouette. So the chin. Quick, Jeremy! Make 20 seconds go faster! You're a legend, mate. Round of applause for Jeremy. Yay! Go, Jeremy. You got a round of applause, my son. I don't know why I'm calling him my son. Okay, give him some lips. I've got 8 seconds left. Ready? give his hat some details. Ah, do you know what? Let's be honest, guys. It's pretty bad. Obviously, it's not amazing, but 5 minutes. That is actually pretty amazing for 5 minutes. Try and do it with anything else. It works best with Monster Clay. That's why I love this stuff. But I also think it illustrates another point, which is that really it's about getting the core silhouette down first. As far as a head shape goes, that's not too bad. So part 2, this is where we're gonna get a little more detailed. And I have almost an hour, 50 minutes. So same thing as last time. Let's start off with the armature. So I have microwaved this next block this time, done the whole thing, so I'm not doing any rush panics. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's so fun and satisfying to work with. All right, 50 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, 1, boom. Starting off the exact same way as before, we just don't have to rush so much about it, covering all the surfaces and starting to fill out the silhouette. Notice I'm being really, really rough, and I'm not afraid to mess up the silhouette just to push the armature around, or just have really messy chunks of clay to roughly represent the silhouette. This is kind of like the sketch. When you sketch, there's a lot of lines that go down that do not represent the final shape that it's making, but you need to sort of experiment and be really loose with the shape to sort of work your way towards the illustration that you want to settle on. You just got to get things moving and constantly move them towards what's going to work well. So normally at this stage, or earlier to be honest, I actually have my sculpture on a turntable, but because I want to keep this as simple as possible and as approachable to people who have never tried sculpture before as possible, here's a little pro tip. Just a ceramic bowl. Put it on upside down, the weight of the bowl will hold everything down and it will turn pretty smoothly. It'll mean you can take your hand off from holding it, but generally have it at a better height and work with 2 hands in all of the areas of detail that you want to start building. Here's another little pro tip for you. This might be a stage where I'd go through and smooth out all of these lines and wrinkles. That would take a long time. However, because this stuff melts with heat, you can use a hairdryer or a heat gun over the whole thing, and that will soften all of the surface that you apply it to. Alright, the timer snuck up on me now. I have 35 seconds left in the timed challenge, so I'm just gonna go through and add some final details. Oh, God. Okay, that's done. $50 minutes. Not bad. I'm pretty happy with that. To be honest, I feel like I really got to take my time with everything except for the last details. But actually, really having mainly gone through the blocking and shaping phase and just started detailing and smoothing, this feels pretty bloody refined. And to knock that out in under an hour, I think is pretty cool. So let's go back to our 5 minutes. There it is. That's the difference between 5 minutes and 50 minutes. There's a fairly noticeable jump there. Like I said earlier in this video, this character was created in the first ultimate character design session I did on this channel. Now I'm going to link in the description to that so you can go check it out. I invited you to use the hashtag UCD1 on Twitter, Instagram, Reddit to share your creations. And I want to take a moment to go through that and give you a prize. One lucky creator of a King Amenhotep V artwork is going to win a Huion Canvas 22 Plus professional digital display drawing tablet. A huge thank you to Huion for sponsoring this video and providing a Canvas 22 Plus to you guys. And for those of you who don't know, the Canvas 22 Plus is my main drawing tablet on my desk where I make videos. The Canvas 22 Plus is a 21.5 inch display with a QLED screen, full lamination, and a high color gamut of 140% sRGB and 104% Adobe RGB. Its surface is a chemically etched anti-glare glass, more durable than an anti-glare film. As you can see, even in my studio with bright lights, does not get a huge amount of glare to work with, so you can work in bright environments without it affecting what you can see and how you can create art. You can also mount it on other stands, so while it comes with its own adjustable stand, I have mine mounted on a boom arm because, I mean, boom arm. The device comes with a USB-C type connection with a USB-C cable provided with a 3-in-1 cable to keep mess out of the way, full HD screen resolution, 8,192 levels of pressure sensitivity, 60-degree tilt support, connectivity for Android mobile devices, and so much more. It's one of the best quality professional tablets you can get out there for the best price you can possibly find. So it's a big deal that Huion are giving one of these to you guys for making some fantastic UCD1 art. As you can see, it goes far and wide. Oh my God. Jordan Persugati did a horror version. That's intense. Here is the old man who beat Amun in Amun's game or challenge of archery. This is why it's the ultimate character design. Not because my design is the ultimate design, because we as a community make it ultimate by how much we can all add to it over time. Oh my God, is this a Fall Guy? It's a Fall Guy. I just love that moment where like rather than like some epic character pose or whatever. It's just this moment of introspection in this character's story. Like, that's what I love about this. This artwork by Fail Lord depicts the moment where he shoots an arrow and defeats the God King that took over his kingdom. This is Suspicious Guy 26's depiction of essentially this stage of Amuntep, and oh my god, if they aren't like perfectly in line. Oh, I forgot the scar! Ah, no! Well, yours is better than mine. But at the end of the day, I get to pick one winner, and I pick Nextat1, who made this amazing 3D depiction of King Amuntep V. Oh my god. Also fitting in that we're doing a 3D thing today with our sculpture. Your sculpture is astounding and much better representative of that phase of Amuntep's life than mine. Congratulations, Nextat, you win a Huion Canvas 22 Plus. Thank you for participating in this community and working so hard to make something cool just for the sake of being a part of it. And thank you, Huion, for letting me have that prize to give someone in this community and being an amazing sponsor and part of this channel as well. I have one block of clay left. No! Don't worry, I got this. See why I love Monster Clay? Alright, with 5 hours on the clock, I started off with the armature, as I did with the other two, but because I had a lot more time now, I could spend a little bit more time trying to make my sculpture as big as possible by filling out the armature and mimicking the silhouette in the interior of the sculpture as efficiently as I possibly could. This would enable me to, hopefully, really stretch my clay as far as I could. Next, my sculpting sketch began, just focusing on the broad chunks of geometry and slowly defining the most basic proportions and silhouette. And in some cases, like the back of the head or the Egyptian beard thingy, I realized I was missing some mass in my armature, and just filling it in with clay would be using my precious clay too much. So in some instances, I could actually go back in and fill in some of the mass with foil and then put the clay on top. A useful trick just to know that once you've got your armature, you can, if you need to, go back in and add some mass here and there to make your use of the clay as efficient as possible. With the general shape coming together, I moved on to the next step of basically doing the same thing, but to a slightly more refined degree, working on the shape and symmetry of the cheeks and the eyes and nose and so on, while adding features and details like the mouth and the ears and everything else. Now, as you can see, so far I really haven't been too worried about smoothing things out. Really been focused on the mass proportions and the bulk adding and removing of clay really quickly. But with the proportions mostly where I'm happy with them at this point, the next step, while still rough as far as it being the shaping phase, does start to smooth things out and refine the sculpture really nicely. It involves using my scrapers and knives to remove the surface areas of clay and little chunks of geometry to slowly reveal a more defined silhouette. And this, for me, is the most satisfying part. Scraping back the clay feels so good and does so much to smooth and detail the model. And speaking of detail, this is where I can amp it up a lot more, carving in wrinkles and folds, adding depth and contrast to the sculpture. And seeing as the original prompt for this character involved being elderly, I went to town on his wrinkles. With the sculpture in its semi-final stage and all the core details roughed in, it was time to finish it off and make it as finalised as I could. With only an hour left on the clock, it was starting to creep up on me, so I got stuck into it. I softened all of the surfaces with my heat gun. This gives it all a bit of a glossy look, which I don't want in the end, but it does sort of create a more uniform blend.
Hello and welcome to the Craft Man Show. My name is your host, the Craft Man. In today's video, we're going to talk about sculpting wax. Clay wax that you can modify, sculpt, used to make your own little creations, figurines, but also they can be even used for casting and further modifications of your existing things. So what got me interested in trying monster clay to begin with? A little while back I got this book called Pop Sculpture about sculpting, how to create action figures and collectible statues. The action figure, the thing that I keyed in on. It goes into a lot of the traditional style, sculpting, hand sculpting. It even goes into mold making. So if you're interested in resin casting, all that, it goes into all kinds of little things. It even talks about joints and things, you know, action figure joints. Now, I will say that I probably would recommend this for grown-ups because, you know, some of the pictures is some of the ladies in this thing is just kind of like, you know, scantily clad type of situation. But other than that, accessories. Look at that. But other than that, this is a really wonderful book about traditional style sculpting. Different types of materials, you know, castelline, polymer clay, different things like that. All the different ways that you can make your own formulas. You can mix crayons and wax, you know, get different colors, get different consistency. And that's where I began to become so fascinated by this. If you are interested in making your own sculpting wax, I have included a video in the description. Mr. Scott Hempstead will show you the formula, but I will go ahead and tell you that you probably will have to come up with your own color for this.
And then we use crayons for the coloring, but I'm not going to tell you how many red ones I use. Use my recipe, but come up with your own color. I think that's fair.
Lots of good information in that video. But today, we're going to be reviewing a product that is available to you that is the best of both worlds. Can be sculpted like clay and then work like wax. Alright, so when you first open up Monster Clay, you're probably going to feel on this and say, mercy, I ain't going to be able to sculpt this. I can't mash it, smash it, nothing. It feels about like a brick. You can just heat up this whole thing and melt it down. And I'm going to show you that in a little bit. But if you wanted to get started right off the bat, get you something like a spoon, a butter knife. Let me show you this. Let me just cut off a piece of this right there. And what you're going to notice is that relatively quickly it's going to go from being very firm, almost seemingly unworkable, into a consistency that's very nice, very pliable. As you get to handling in your hands and get to kneading and rolling it, it's going to warmify that clay. See that? And that right there is a pretty good starting point when you're getting ready to sculpt. The way you're going to approach probably a sculpting with monster clay or with any wax type clay is that you will get it to a warm state that you can really move things around quickly and then cool it off, let it cool off naturally to where it can accept details, you know, and things in it. I don't know what that's a bad example of me showing that, but anyway. So one process that is oftentimes used by toy makers and sculptors in general is they take just regular old sulfur-free clay that you can get and we'll go ahead and make that little character and just get the broad shapes. You know, this is right, probably not the best example, but you know, so let's just say you got your little figure and then pour silicone and make a mold of that clay figure. And then they take that silicone mold and then pour wax down into it. All right. And let that cool off. Pop that out. Then you got a hard wax copy of your original that you can really refine and get the smoothness to it. Because wax works a lot different than clay. Alright, for details, for getting really sophisticated, so many figures are made that way with sculpted in a hard wax. It just finishes a lot different. What I am showing y'all today can be worked like a clay, but then finished, treated like a wax. So it is both a sculpted material and a cast material that's going to allow a whole world of possibilities to you. Instead of just scraping this off here all day, what we going to do? Let's just heat this whole thing up. Now for today, I decided to try the crock pot. I have been told that you can use a microwave. However, please be careful because the microwave would tend to create a melted pocket right in the middle of the clay. A hot clay can come bust and squirt out of it. Please do not do that. Please. In fact, I would recommend not even using a microwave at all, just to be safe. That is if you even own a microwave. Craftsman does not own a microwave. Anyway, crock pot. It was already switched to high, but normally you would say, start out in the off position and then say, low, high. I'm about to take the camera off the tripod and then mount it up on this right there. I probably need to do me a time-lapse video. Alright. Now once it gets to this point, then you got all kinds of possibilities. First of all, you could just take you and scoop out some of this, let it cool off, start using it. Obviously, you don't want to just reach up in here while it's hot, but you can take, let me show you, and hold you some right on a spoon. And it's still pretty good and warm. But let me just see here. Alright. Alright, and notice how already it's kind of peeling off my glove right there. You can see how just in a short little time it gets to a real good workable consistency. And you can roll this stuff around. I know it looked real messy there for a minute. You can roll it all around. And that's another good thing I would point out is that with your tools and things, this waxy clay right there, it does not stick to your tools. So it's easy to clean up your sculpting tools, see? Now we can go ahead and make us something with this. Probably I would let it cool down a little bit more even, but I just want you to see how quickly it could go from a more liquefied running state to just a good clay consistency right there. But while we do got us a little bit of running clay, I am going to go ahead and pour some of this into a mold. Not so fast. What you might want to do is to fill up on your silicone mold and say to yourself, is this thing feel cool to me or does it feel warm to me? Because for best results, you need to be powering your hot wax into a silicone mold that is warm and not cold, all right? If this feels cool to you, you might want to put it in your little toaster oven just for a little bit. Some people might recommend that you use a microwave. Craftsman does not own a microwave. Anyway. The benefit of doing this is you can take something that you have made a mold of, then pour your clay into it, and then you can come back in here and sculpt you some little designs and things. You know me, I always like to add some batter damage to my designs and things. It probably would have been best to just take and dump the crock pot contents onto this. I'm trying to use me a little later to do this. That's not the preferential, so that y'all know that. So some additional things that you can use is a little alcohol torch and some denatured alcohol. Alright, so with this right here, you can do a number of things. You can take your metal sculpting tool and you can just warmify that. Then you could use the little flamethrower mode on this thing. Look, see that? It make a little pinpoint flame. Get you a little bit of a glossy effect. You can just sort of carefully, let's see. When you get ready to cut off your torch, you just put the cap over it. Alright, now from now on, this is going to be my clay crock pot. Not going to use this for no food items. Whenever I'm done with my sculpting, and I got it turned off, by the way, and cause I think we got it warm enough, I just put my lid on it, keep the dust out, and anytime I'm ready to sculpt, I just turn it back on, and then we good to go. Let's just get crazy with this stuff right now. At this consistency right here is when, you know, if you really got to move some clay around, you know, some big gestures and big features in your object, your character, your whatever you're making. But it does not take it that long to get down to the equilibrium. And it depends on how warm is your workshop. You know, if you're doing this in your house and it's really cool, that's probably actually a better idea than in a warm environment. You could make your little aluminum foil armature like this right there. One thing I like about this monster clay is that it's very easy to get a smoothness, if that's what you're after. It does not drag and tear, you know, like some clays do. One disadvantage to this type of clay is that it never cures on you. It never dries out. It is what is leading up to making a mold and then cast and all that. As opposed to now with this, you wind up with an object that you can come in and sand on it. It gets about hard as a rock on its own. I don't know what I was doing with that. I like to do the base object and then add on to my sculpt. That's where my comfort level is. But lately I've been getting more into clay sculpting. And today trying this monster clay. You know, it does not harden on you. So your final object, you're going to have to either just be real careful with it, or just do what I'm probably going to do would be to make a mold of whatever it is. Then you can make cast and resin and everything like that that's permanent. All right. We got us a little lump of clay right there. And I guess we need to make something. What do we need to make? I do not know. But that usually is the case. 9 times out of 5, I don't think things through. So. All right, there we go. Say again, this clay smooths out very easily. You can see just how easily you can work out little things. That's kind of crazy, but you know, I'm starting to think I want to put a head accessory of some type on this little gentleman here. Normally you could put your clay down and put you some playing cards to the side of it and roll it and get that to an exact consistency, you know. But we ain't worried about that, you know. Let's just see. That's pretty convenient. He could just sit like that. So I said to myself, you know what? Let's try this Castelline. I can tell right off the bat, this is a much firmer substance. Castelline is. That might be a good thing. Let's just go ahead and put this in the crock pot. In the crock pot. Alright, I'm not going to let it get melted all the way down. We're just going to get some off of this, enough that we can use for a little scup. And we're going to get it to where it's a little bit cooled off into a workable consistency. Oh, first of all, I probably need to try, probably need to try and pour me some into a mold though to test that out. So I just got hold of me a really warm piece right there. It's starting to cool off pretty good. I'm gonna let it get a little bit cooler. I could say that Castelline definitely reminds me more of, you know, wax, as opposed to, you know, Monster Clay has a smoothness to it. And to me, Castelline has you know, I have not researched the ingredients too closely, but I can tell it's got more hard wax content, apparently. At least it certainly feels that way to it. It has kind of almost a graininess to it, the structure though. And try to keep your surface clean, you know. Any little pieces of wax that, you know, fall, usually I'll just brush them off to the side instead of adding them back into your mix, because any of that little stuff going to possibly show up later on. Mainly with this video, I just want to introduce y'all to Monster Clay, if you did not know about it, as both a sculpting medium that you can take, make you a little something out of it, or either you can also melt it down and then pour it into molds and just, you know, make actually cast out of it that you can further modify. Now, I will say that if I had to guess, I would say most people probably would find Monster Clay preferential just for general purposes. However, there is a reason that a lot of toy makers find Castelline to be their model of medium of choice, sculpting medium of choice, because it has some really wonderful properties to it that you just can't quite get with Monster Clay, at least not with the Monster Clay medium. Take this right here for example. So we got this thing here, and let's just say that we wanted to polish it up. Micro mesh is a series of very fine abrasives that goes from 1500 grit all the way down, or excuse me, rather all the way up to 12,000 grit right there. And I obviously could have done a lot better on that, but you should be able to see from that it will definitely take a polish. So I want to say, do not overlook Castelline. It might have a little more getting used to than Monster Clay. I would not be able to polish a Monster Clay surface in that same way like I just did with this, you know. At least not with the Monster Clay medium. One trick somebody told me about, and I would just give a disclaimer that this is a trick I probably would only use, you know, in a pinch. I wouldn't be doing this all the time. I can't disclose who it was. Maybe they worked on Star Wars or something like that. I don't know. Somebody told me. They said that when you get to going and you get your surface real hot, you know, you've been sitting there trying to work on it and play with it, and then you got to let it cool down before you try to polish it. They said, Craftman, you can take some of this spray air in a can like that, and they said you could turn that upside down and hit it with it. I don't know what's going to be released when we do that. I have not really studied the chemicals that's inside this can, so I'm going to turn that can upside down. And just cool it off like that right there. You know, don't get crazy with that now. Craftman, that's dangerous. Every day I'm doing dangerous things about it. Anyway, let's see. You could use some Goo Gone, which is basically a citrus solvent. Has some limonene in it. One benefit is that it smells really good, you know, when you're using this. Some people will also use lighter fluid. But what I would say is that you will want to reserve that as a final step, because when you start, you know, putting solvents and things on the surface of your sculpt, it's going to modify things quite a bit on that outer layer, so that, you know, if you then try to go on and refine it, it's not going to behave exactly the same. So try to hang on to that to the very last. You can also just use the torch method when you're doing your polishing, but practice with that one, especially with Castelline, because Castelline, when you get it too close to the flame, it's going to bubble up a lot quicker than Monster Clay will. So let's just take this right there. This is what you do not want to do. All right, you do not want to put it right in the flame. You see, you can actually burn it like that. See that? The bottom line review for me would be, if you're looking for something that's easy to get into, that you can pretty much just sculpt with it from scratch to finish, it's probably going to be Monster Clay. Almost about like you would with Super Sculpting, or something to that equivalent. I would say Castelline is probably not quite as easy to use. However, there is a reason that toy makers and prototype people use Castelline, because you can get some great details and a really good finish with it. I just want to share with y'all a product that is wonderful both for sculpting as well as for casting and making refinements to existing figures, for finishing out your figures, your toy, whatever you might be working on, your product. And I hope this information was useful to you today. Remember that it takes more muscles to be aggravated than it does to just, you know, smile and be nice to somebody else. All right? I love y'all, and keep steady crafting. Do what?
Goyah nih, gatel, kepalaku.
Ketombean nih, nggak bener samponya. Paling bener pakai Head and Shoulders. Masalah ketombe basah, gatal, dan bau matahari langsung bener. Head and Shoulders, kalem, pakai helm.
our last episode, we designed, sculpted, and even molded a brand new figure and cast it in resin. But I want to do like the professionals do, and I want to give me some toy wax and finalize my figure. I said, there's got to be a reason all the professional toy makers use hard wax. Here's my original sculpt, which was made from cast clay and epoxy sculpt, but we want to take it to a hard wax so we can put that really nice surface finish on it. Yeah, look at that. But first we need to get some wax, and you can buy this right here at the Complete Sculptor. This is Hasbro wax, based on the Hasbro toy wax formula. But this is a DIY channel, so I said, Craft Baby, let's show the people how to make their own wax. And we have to say thank you to Mr. Scott Hensey for sharing his wax recipe. If you don't know this gentleman, you probably do know some of his sculpts if you've seen some of the Ninja Turtle figures or Earthworm Jim are some of my favorites of his sculpts. But he has done Happy Meal premiums, all kinds of sculpts, and graciously shared his wax recipe.
This was a personal recipe that I've been working on for a long time.
Mr. Scott, thank you so much for sharing your wax recipe with us. I'm following Scott's exact gram amounts, which makes a pretty big batch, but if you want to make a small batch, because these ingredients are expensive, I'll include a link to the Wax Lab guys. They have also provided a guide that breaks down the ingredients by percentage. Another fantastic resource for learning about traditional toy wax. Check the description for links. Craftman is using a crock pot from the 1980s, but there are quicker and more efficient ways to heat the wax. First, we're going to add our carnauba wax, 240 grams of it. This wax has a higher melting point than any of the other waxes we'll be using. So we're going to go ahead and start it heating up right now. Mama told me that if you watch it, it won't melt, so we better not watch it. In a separate container, let's measure out 240 grams of candelilla. 240 grams. Beeswax, here comes the beeswax, but only 60 grams. It's starting to smell really nice out here. Nextly, in a larger container, we're going to add our paraffin wax, a whopping 1,350 grams. Now comes the powder. I chose not to get baby powder, quote unquote, because we don't need the extra frou-frou, smell good additives, whatever. We just need talc, T-A-L-C. And we also need our breathing protection. Talc is what gives body and hardness to the wax, so we need a buttload of talc, 1,500 grams of talc. I decided to pour out one bag of talc and check to make sure the gram size of the talc was on the money, close enough. Because trying to measure out all of this talc at once, look at that talc. This would be silly to do something. Don't do that with that talc. That's a mess. All right, our carnauba has melted. So now we can start adding our other waxes. The candelilla, the beeswax, and the paraffin. This is where Craftman got pretty nervous right here. Look at this. Okay. We still gotta add all that talc. How's this gonna work? It's gonna work. Watch out. Now for some color, which we achieve using nothing more than crayons. This is where you can have a little fun. Our craftsman did not want to try and copy Mr. Scott Hensey's exact color.
Because when you mix up your own wax, use my recipe, but come up with your own color. I think that's fair.
So I'm going for a gray look. I took me some black crayons, some white crayons, and some gray crayons, and that equals gray crayons. Notice I'm not really getting in there and stirring, mixing. I'm just letting things settle together. All right. This is where some patience is required, but please do keep checking it. Don't ever leave your heat source unattended for extended periods of time. Now I'm checking the temperature with the candy thermometer. Why come? Well, toy wax is best cast at around 160 degrees. If you pour it when it's hotter, the ingredients may separate. Now I'm pouring the wax into a bunch of smaller molds. That way, when we want to use the wax in the future, it's in a convenient unit. Wax shrinks as it cools, so I knew we could get away with using these metal molds. Now for our main character mold, which has been coated with baby powder to reduce the surface tension. And now please bear witness to my first mistake by not filling the molds 100% and putting extra hot wax on top. Don't do this. I also poured some wax into some of these old molds that I found so we could have some test pieces. Now I'm going to take all these little chunks and blocks and pieces and put them in a dust-proof container, so that whenever it comes time to sculpt something, I can just pull me out a little chunk and just melt it. Now that's a pretty substantial amount of toy wax. Like I said, the ingredients are expensive, but this right here, I don't know when I'm going to run out of it. But this right here is going to last me probably a very long time. And while we're at the melting and pouring stage, since the crock pot's easy to clean out when the wax is melted, I decided to go ahead and melt up this Hasbro wax. This will also be an opportunity to show you how important it is to preheat your molds. I'm heating the silicone molds up to around 160 degrees. And I'm also checking to be sure the wax is around 160 degrees. After pouring your wax, you want to let the mold sit and cool for a while. It's going to take a pretty good time for them things to cool off. And now I can show you what preheating your mold will do for you. All right. I went ahead and did 2 casts in both different waxes because that's what it looks like when you get the mold to the right temperature. If you don't, you might have some lines. It's actually easier to see right here because see that line right there? The wax cooled and went down into the mold, and I had to pour some on top of it, but I poured it too late, and I have a line. If you need to pour wax, add it to your mold, do it while it's hot. Yeah. All right, so one way or the other, whether you DIY your own, make your own wax, or just buy some Hasbro wax, you have some hard wax. Why do we want to work with wax anyway? What is the point of using hard wax instead of clay?
Why bother with wax? Well, generally if we're starting a toy, in this case an action figure, we get as far as we can with clay, and then you find that you need to get even tighter. So we make a silicone mold, cast wax, and that allows us to sharpen, to polish, to finish.
Now I don't want to just start carving on this being our first time using toy wax. So I thought we should just go ahead and let's just start cutting into these little test pieces. These feel very, very, very similar. I will say, yeah, almost indistinguishable by feel. Let's cut on them and see what happens. Let's see, we're probably not going to need silicone tools, but we can definitely use a bar tool. Any of these hard-edged metal tools like this right here, scribers, probes, or owls. Look, that's a file. you can use a file on hard wax and rakes. So let's try to scribe a little line in here. Now keep in mind, this is not the actual technique I'm showing you. We're just testing how this wax reacts to these tools, all right? All right. Let's try this bar tool real quick. That's pretty smooth. It does allow you to scribe some pretty smooth lines. It has kind of a plasticky feel, I like to call it. It is brittle on the whole, but as far as working into these surfaces, working your details, yeah, those details are pretty sharp. And y'all saw me just sit there, just scribe them in with a little metal scribe and a bar tool, but I really like that. Check out these two turtles right here. I cast this in an old mold I had, a pewter. This was designed for metal. But anyway, I just poured the wax in it. And so we have these turtle casts. And notice that some of the details around the shell are pretty soft, all right? And that makes sense because you see the mold. There's not a lot of depth to those ridges in there. So that's okay. We can cut in those details. And that's what we have to start thinking about with wax, is we are cutting the details, all right? If we keep our fingers in control, we can kind of just kind of etch out them details there. And I'm just gently scraping and carving and etching. But you can see that it's just cutting right into there. And we can get some really groovy details. Yeah. And a cool thing about wax is, see, I done all this little scribing here. Let's say we go to work on, like there, we're going to need to do some work on that. And let's say we're over here fiddling around with it, and we flip it over. Ain't nothing smudged. Ain't nothing out of place. This stuff won't even pick up fingerprints when it's in this condition I'm talking about, when it's hard wax. Here's you a 2-for-1 example. This little gentleman right here has some chill lines. Looks like I did not heat his mold up at all, so that's why we have, see those lines right there? See that? But we can literally just smooth that thing right on out. Smooth it right on out. Another fantastic thing about wax is we could take just some wet or dry sandpaper and a little water. And we want to be true to the surface integrity, whatever energy that we captured in the clay. We don't want to lose it right here. We just want to finish the surface out and add any sharpness, also any smoothness. You can even use micro mesh if you want to get crazy polish. Just keep that in mind. I decided to try a piece of steel wool. Also, I'm wearing my respirator. You're going to get some bits and pieces and particles on your wax sculpts, and here's the good news, it's wax. So you can just run it under some cold water. Yeah. But look at this. We got some issues. Let's try some hot tools right here. Yeah. All right, so we never used one of these before, so I'm going to turn it on. I saw Robert Talone had his set on 4, so I'm going to say 3.5. I don't know. Maybe. Let's just see what happens. I do know that when it's flashing, that means it's heating up, okay? So let's let it heat up a little bit. So we're heating up, and I'm going to get me a little scrap, a block of hard wax. The reason why is because we're going to be needing to pull from this to add to our sculpt, okay? All right, let's see what we got. All right, so we got some heat. Now, with wax, We can't just melt a slab and then fill in a hole with it. We have to kind of think of it like welding both surfaces. We have to heat the surface and we're going to put hot wax into the surface. Okay. So if you let wax build up on the heated tool here.
Habin Plastiline versus Monster Clay. In this video, I will compare two kinds of oil-based clays, Habin Plastiline and Monster Clay. I used both materials for making these two sculptures of a mouth. Both models are good, but the question is, which one is better? Let's find out. I will start with Habin Plastiline. It is available in 5 different hardness types: very soft, soft, standard, hard, and very hard. This is a very hard clay, which is marked as 70. It becomes softer at a temperature of about 58 to 60 centigrades. I like hard clays for several reasons. First, they hold a shape very well even when the sculpture size is rather big. Also, a hard surface is more resistant to accidental deformation, which might happen when making a sculpture for a very long time. Another advantage of hard clays is that when making a silicone mold by brushing it on, the hard clay surface won't be scratched by a brush. So, this was the reason for me to try plastiline in the first place. I also like its color, which resembles ivory or high-quality marble. As you can see, it is rather hard and it is not easy to cut out a piece. Actually, such pieces of plastiline resemble some smoked cheese. Anyway, I'm not going to taste it, but use it for sculpting. It has to be heated first. For this purpose, I will use a heat mat. It heats up to 60 centigrades. Here's the sculpture I managed to make at the end. However, it wasn't easy with plastiline, and I will show you why. The sculpting process begins with making a plinth on a wooden board. First step is easy. Small pieces of heated clay are placed on the board and pushed to the surface. They are supposed to stick to the wooden surface with ease, or that is what you would expect from an oil-based clay. I will continue building up the plinth bit by bit until it gets just under 1 centimeter thick. Every bit of clay is pushed firmly down. So, let's see how this mass of clay sticks to the wooden surface. It can be actually picked up and pulled away. This is not what I want from sculpting material. There's something not quite right with plastiline. Let's play a bit with this clay to find out what is wrong. I will make several small bits, compressing clay hard in each piece. This clay is warm enough to be shaped as I want. Bits of clay are flexible and hold their shapes well. So far, so good. Now, I will stick all pieces together, pressing as hard as I can with fingers, and then compress this piece of clay, forming a small cuboid. Now, let's pull it apart. As you may see, this cuboid separates in places where small pieces of clay join each other. This is not right. Clay should stick to itself nicely. It did not happen with plastiline. Let's do another test. I'm trying to smooth out a piece of plastiline with a wooden tool. It simply doesn't work. The pieces of warmed-up clay are brittle, they crumble easily. It is not pleasant and messy. This is not what you would expect from some high-quality oil-based clay. Let's check out how Monster Clay performs in the same tests. This is a hard grade of clay. Like plastiline, it is also sulfur-free and suitable for silicone mold making. I will not heat it up because it is slightly softer than plastiline. Like previously, I will compress a small piece with fingers. It is flexible and despite being hard, forms well. I'll do the same with plastiline. A small piece, heated up with fingers, takes its shape gradually. It is more difficult to work with. Partly because it is harder, but mainly because it has less oil. Now, I will put apart the piece of Monster Clay. First, it becomes thinner in the middle before breaking up into two pieces. Separate bits of clay are easy to join together. They stick into one piece nicely and easily. Now, I will do another test, smooth out this clay with the wooden tool. It works as you would expect, the surface becomes smoother with ease. On another hand, the piece of plastiline does not elongate when pulling it apart. It breaks into brittle pieces. Smoothing it up is also problematic. It does not stick to the rubber surface and the wooden tool glides across clay without any smoothing. Sculpting with this clay would be the same as sculpting with some hard smoked cheese. The difference between these two bards of hard clay is very apparent. Plastiline is not formulated well for sculpting, while Monster Clay does the job perfectly well. It behaves the way you would expect from high-quality clay. It sticks to the surface while not being sticky to fingers and tools. It is easy to work with, it holds its shape well. It is easy to smooth out and polish. Very hard plastiline is much more difficult to sculpt with even when it is heated up to be softer. I wrote several emails to the Habin plastiline manufacturer, I even did it in French, and got no reply. They did not care to make a good product, and they did not care to reply. I'm not impressed, to say the least. When it comes to the price, Monster Clay is less expensive than Habin plastiline, which is another big point in favor of Monster Clay. Personally, I just do not see a reason to buy expensive clay and struggle to sculpt with it. It actually took me 3 times faster to make a model of a mouth in Monster Clay. It was pure joy to sculpt with. Also, it can be polished to a higher degree. If you would like to see the whole process of sculpting a mouth, write a comment under this video. I will do the full video tutorial on this topic. To finish this story, I definitely would use Monster Clay for making sculptures in the future. How to sculpt a mouth is explained in the Life Drawing Academy personal tutoring course.
There are 2 courses at this academy. The online course, a self-study course where you can learn figurative drawing by watching 52 video lessons, and the correspondence course, where you will get unlimited personal tutoring from the talented fine artists and professional art teachers. The personal tutoring course is suitable for both complete beginners and advanced artists because you will get a drawing curriculum designed for your level of skills. In this course, in addition to video lessons, you will get 100 drawing tasks that will be explained and demonstrated in depth. There is no way to fail because the Academy tutors will walk you all the way, step by step, until you achieve an advanced level of drawing skills. This personal tutoring is unique. It will cover all drawing topics that you need to know: how to hold and use a pencil, how to draw in perspective, how to use constructive drawing principles, golden proportions, anatomy, rules of composition, and so on. No art college would ever give you such a custom-designed curriculum and unlimited tutoring for a one-time low fee. To see if this academy is right for you, check the free demo video lessons from the online course at https://lifedrawing.academy/free.
How to sculpt a mouth. Video by Vladimir London. In this video lesson, I will show you 2 ways of sculpting a mouth. The white sculpture of a mouth was made using a special template, and the brown one with one very special method that you can use for both sculpting and drawing. Let's begin with a template. This paper template is available free of charge to the Life Drawing Academy correspondence course students. It contains several A4 sheets with contours of a mouth. It is slightly bigger than life size, but you can print it out at any scale. Make sure you use a sharp craft knife for cutting paper. If the blade is not brand new, it is better to replace it. You will also need a metal ruler and some rubber cutting mat. The template consists of several contours. I would advise to cut out all of them to save time later. Be careful when cutting paper. Follow the common sense safety procedures and never put your fingers on the cutting line. The first template I'm cutting out is the footprint. It defines the width and height dimensions of the sculpture. On this template, there are several marks with numbers. Those numbers correspond to the contours. It is important that you print the paper template on some heavy-duty paper, for example 180 GSM or thicker. Regular thin office printer paper is not suited for this purpose. You will also need a wooden or plastic board for sculpting. It should be a bit bigger than the footprint. I will fix this footprint to the board at 4 corners with masking tape. For making a mouth sculpture, I will use Herbin plastiline. This tube contains 5 kilos of very hard plastiline, which is marked as 70. Hard clay is better if you plan to make a silicone mold for cold casting. However, casting is optional. To make this clay softer, I will heat it up using an electric heat mat. Sculpting begins with a plinth. The width and height dimensions are defined by the template. All you need to do is to build up a rectangular layer of clay staying in these boundaries. I add small bits of clay and firmly push them to the board with a wooden tool. Make sure the first layer of clay grips to the wooden surface nicely. You do not want your sculpture falling off the board later on. Continue building up the plinth layer by layer. Compress clay firmly with no air trapped between layers. To check the plinth's thickness, use a special paper template. This way, you can ensure that the plinth is thick enough and also leveled up. Polish the surface with a wooden tool. Although this step is optional, it is always more pleasant to work with a nice plinth rather than with a rough, uneven surface. All edges of this plinth should be straight and smooth. I will continue cutting off remaining paper templates. They will serve as guides for sculpting. This template is designed for the Life Drawing Academy Correspondence course. It is unique and only available to students who take my personal tutoring. You can't get it anywhere else. The contours of this template follow the classical sculpture of David by Michelangelo Buonarroti. This is probably the best sculpture to learn from when it comes to drawing and sculpting facial features. The contour called profile is the most important bit of this template. You can actually use this contour alone and make a recognizable mouth sculpture. Other contours are needed for sculpting the sculpture surface exactly as originally designed by Michelangelo. Needless to say that you have to cut contours with high precision. That is why a well-sharpened knife is the must-have tool. You cannot do it with some scissors. All contour templates are marked with numbers, which correspond to numbers on the footprint. It's time to use the first contour, profile. Its location is marked on the footprint. It goes vertically in the middle of this sculpture. To hold it in place, I will use for small pieces of clay. With the profile contour in place, I can now sculpt the central ridge beneath this template. The right way to do it is to build it up gradually, using small pieces of clay and thoroughly compressing each piece on top of each other. For this purpose, I'm using the wooden tool. Here's the secret of proper sculpting. You need to work with small bits of clay. Do not attempt to make the whole part of the sculpture in one piece. There is a reason for that. By sculpting bit by bit, you are in full control of the process. Also, you can squeeze all pieces thoroughly, making sure that no bubbles of air are trapped inside. This is especially important when you make a sculpture of pottery of fired clay. If air gets inside clay, it will explode in the kiln, not only ruining your sculpture, but also quite possibly damaging an expensive kiln. The top layer of this central ridge is quite important, because it shapes the sculpture surface. So you have to follow the template's outline accurately. The thickness of this ridge is about 1 centimeter. This is enough for it to be sturdy and hold the shape. When the central ridge is done, I can make incisions along 7 marks. These are places where paper templates will touch the profile. After making these marks, I can remove the profile template. The next paper template is numbered as 1. It goes in the place on the footprint numbered accordingly. I fix this paper piece with 4 bits of clay. The space beneath this outline has to be filled with clay. Once again, I will do this with small pieces of clay, stacking and compressing them on each other. As you can see, this sculpting job is rather simple. I'm not worrying about dimensions, symmetry, and proportions. All these things will be in place should I follow outlines of the paper template. The contours can be outlined with a metal tool. There is no guessing where it should be. The paper template helps a lot. All I have to do is to follow this template with precision. When the outline is marked on the surface, the paper template can be removed. All clay that is beyond this outline should be cut away. I'm using the palette knife for this purpose. Clay is cold by now and therefore quite firm. A palette knife should be sharp enough to cut clay without deforming it. It is better to cut out small bits of clay instead of doing this job in one go. This way, deformation will be minimal. After cutting clay, I can now smooth up the shape. You can see that the top ridge takes up all the space between marks 1 and 2. I will use the second paper template to fine-tune the second outline. As previously, the paper template goes where its number is marked on the footprint. Also, in the middle, the incision mark helps to put this template in place. I have to say that using a paper template is not the conventional way to sculpt. Later on in this video, I will show you another very handy method of sculpting a model of a realistic mouth. The reason I designed this template is to help art students who are not sculptors to make a model with classical proportions, which they can use for drawing a mouth from life. Even if you have never sculpted before, with this template it will be very easy to achieve really good results from the first attempt. Not every student who takes my personal tutoring has access to museums with ancient Greek and Roman sculptures. This, however, should not prevent my students from studying classical art. They can make their own sculptures with clay and use them as models to draw from any angle they want. Sculpting not only helps to get the needed models, but also gives additional skills. When you sculpt a mouth, for example, you will know all its proportions, planes and volumes because you physically handled every single bit of such a mouth. Even if you do not plan on making sculptures in the future, such an experience will greatly help to develop your drawing skills. Not to mention good taste in classical art. After each horizontal layer, you can use vertical templates to check the sculpture surface in a different direction. Such a method allows you to see all imperfections and fix them as you go, layer by layer. Of course, it is perfectly possible to use only horizontal templates from 1 to 9. At the same time, measuring contours in a perpendicular direction helps to see small mistakes instantly. Vice versa, you can make this sculpture by using only vertical templates from 10 to 13. In such a case, it would be very handy to use horizontal contours from 1 to 9 to check the sculpture surface. I am using the metal tool to scrape redundant bits of clay. Such an approach eliminates guessing and allows us to follow the original proportions correctly. At the same time, you can appreciate that there are gaps between contours. Designing more templates, for example 26 instead of 13, would result in a much more detailed surface. But it would also make the process much more laborious. The templates in place will give nice guidance on the overall shape of the mouth. Small details and surfaces between numbers should be worked out by looking at the reference photos of David's mouth. This sculpture of a mouth is just a small part of various models we teach how to make and draw in the Life Drawing Academy course. Other facial features include sculptures of eyes, nose, and ear. Also, the correspondence course students get such paper models as skulls, the shoulder girdle, the low-polygon human head, the hand, as well as various models of geometric bodies. We also teach art students how to sculpt full head portraits and also cast them in gypsum or resin. All this is available in the Life Drawing Academy correspondence course. This course is unique. It is one of the best drawing courses available today on the internet. In this course, you will get a dedicated personal art teacher who will guide you step by step, task by task, until you reach the advanced level of drawing skills. Before you get the first drawing task, your current drawing skills will be thoroughly assessed, and Academy tutors will propose an individual drawing curriculum that is designed to your level of skills. If you are a complete beginner, your curriculum will cover all the basic things that you need to know, including how to hold and use a pencil, how to make proficient pencil strokes, how to measure proportions, how to draw in perspective, constructive drawing principles, rules of composition, anatomy for artists, figure and portrait drawing, and so on. If you are an advanced artist, your curriculum will skip the things you already know and will be focused on the topics you would like to learn and improve. Such topics could include how to depict emotions in portraits, how to make multi-figure compositions, how to express thoughts and ideas through your art. You might be interested in character design, story illustration, drawing animals, or cityscapes. Whatever your passion, it will be included into your personal curriculum. This art course is truly unique, not only because it is suited for artists of all levels, but also because you will get hands-on, one-to-one tutoring that is tailored to your personal creative interests and needs. No art college would ever offer you the same service. Also, no art college would give you unlimited personal tutoring for a one-time low fee. I think you already have a good idea about how to use the paper template for sculpting a mouth. Contours are placed according to their numbers and empty space beneath is filled up with clay. The surface is checked by using templates from 10 to 13, which go in the perpendicular direction to the templates from 1 to 9. This method is easy to use and even a complete beginner can make a realistic sculpture of a mouth with classical proportions. Although it follows the surface of the actual sculpture by Michelangelo very closely, you would need to use photos of the sculpture of David for reference. Once again, I can use template number 13 to fine-tune shapes in the perpendicular direction. Template 12 and 11 also give more information about the shape of lips. I can continue building up the mouth sculpture using horizontal templates 5, 6 and so on, but instead, I would like to change the sequence and employ template 13. This template is vertical, but the process of sculpting is exactly the same. After this template is fixed to the board, I fill in the space beneath its contour with clay. This time, expanding the sculpture from its central line laterally. Metal tools are used to smooth out the surface and shape it as needed. The same template 13 can be used on the left-hand side as well, because this sculpture is fully symmetrical. You may notice that the same numbers from 10 to 13 are marked to the left and to the right from the central line. These templates are the same for both sides. The next template is number 12. It also goes vertically, next to the previous one. White clay is heated up, which makes it easier to handle. However, this plastiline is not the best for sculpting, so I made a separate video to explain and demonstrate why. In this video, you will see the difference between Habin plastiline and monster clay. For pressing clay, I'm using a wooden tool, but when it comes to cutting, scraping and precise handling of small details, I'm using a metal tool. Although this sculpture is bigger than life size, it is rather small anyway. That is why I'm striving for precision to get likeness. The deviations of shapes are fractions of 1 mm. Such precision is possible because I'm using this paper template, which is a great guide not only for contours, but also for symmetry. If you are a sculptor, you know firsthand how difficult it might be to get symmetry right. This task is much easier with the right tools. After adding templates 13 and 12, I will continue sculpting with the template number 9. This contour is at the bottom of the sculpture. The reason I would like to make the bottom part is to give boundaries here, which will help to see the chin shape more clearly. Of course, such a sequence is completely optional. You may use your own way of sculpting, for example following the templates from 1 to 9 in their order. Once again, I am using the metal tool for marking the outline. This line will be a very good guide where excess clay should be cut out. For cutting, I'm using a palette knife. It is sharp and flat, which makes the job easier. Habin plastiline doesn't stick to wooden and metal tools, which is great, but it also doesn't stick to itself without a good deal of pressing down, which makes sculpting more difficult. A metal tool is used for scraping small bits of clay. I will now continue with template number 6. It goes below the number 5 horizontally. Another metal tool is used for smoothing out the surface and removing tool marks. The next template is 7, which is placed below the previous one. As you can see, I'm closing missing gaps rather rapidly, because they are getting smaller and smaller with each template. There are just a few bits of clay left to stick in to complete the rough shape of this sculpture. You may also notice that I am working with very small pieces of clay. This way, I can work on shapes and volumes with better precision and keep the process of sculpting under control at all times. With the rough shape in place, it is time to smooth up the surface and fine-tune the details. The paper template was very handy to build up this sculpture. The remaining template 10 can be used to shape the lateral edges of this sculpture. Of course, you can use other vertical templates to check how closely the surface follows the original shape. It is time when very small corrections can be applied to make this sculpture more precise. When the template is no longer needed, it is better to use the reference photos for shaping this model. I will skip about 2 hours of work and will show you how this mouth looks after working on its details. If you are a Life Drawing Academy student and use the paper template, make sure to invest at least as much time for the final step as you spent on sculpting the rough shape. The roughly shaped sculptures would not be accepted as finished models because you would need to draw such a model from life. I signed this piece and am quite happy with the result. I might make a mold to cast a gypsum model later on. This would be a topic for another video, but before that, I would like to show you how to sculpt a mouth in a different way. Here's one of my traveling sketchbooks. When I travel, I always take a book or two to doodle sketches and make copies of masterpieces in various museums. Also, I draw at any opportunity. For example, when waiting for a plane, or on the board, flying to different countries. I like sketching in pen and ink. A fountain pen is a great tool to use because it makes well-defined lines and trains your hand like no other pencil. I sketch random things just for myself. I never sell or exhibit such doodles. It is better to make 100 badly made scribbles than to invest 100 hours into one drawing. That way, your skills will advance faster. Here are some drawings done in the National Gallery in Dublin, Ireland. I draw sculptures and study their classical proportions. From time to time, I also make a fast copy of some great masters. You can see Rubens and Rembrandt here. Nevertheless, drawing sculptures and busts is my favorite topic for sketching in museums. Once again, here are my sketches in the airport and on the board of a plane. Traveling by planes gives hours of free time for sketching. Take a look on this page. It is an important scheme of how to draw a mouth, which I will use for sculpting as well. This book continues when I'm traveling to Amsterdam. There, I will visit a very special exhibition of the old master Vermeer. But before that, I just doodle random things for my pleasure. Here are the sketches of Vermeer's paintings I have done at the exhibition. This exhibition was very special. Never before almost all his paintings were displayed in one place, and every single painting is a great masterpiece. I was so thrilled to see and examine it. These are fast sketches with no intention to make them precise replicas of the original pieces. I make such copies as a reminder of favorite paintings I saw. I flip through pages of my sketchbooks to recollect places and museums I visited and masterpieces I decided to sketch out. After the exhibition, I did once again some random doodles on the way back from the Netherlands. I love sketching portraits, architecture, anatomical drawings, constructive drawing and intersection of solid geometric bodies, fantasy scenes, and so on. Now, before making another sculpture of a mouth, I will show you one rather handy know-how. This very special principle can be used to draw a mouth. Imagine 3 equal-size small balls. One ball is at the top, resting on 2 more balls beneath it. The line between top and bottom balls is the line between lips. The upper lip is shaped by the top ball. The lower lip envelops 2 bottom balls. Of course those balls are virtual, but if you imagine their shapes, it will help you to draw shapes of a mouth. Such imaginary balls can be used in various points of view. For example, in profile. The top ball is slightly protruding in front of the bottom balls, the same way as the upper lip is protruding forward compared to the lower lip. Let's make another sketch in the full face view. 3 balls are touching each other and have the same size. The line between lips bends around the top and bottom balls. The upper and lower lips envelope 3 balls. I will make another sketch to demonstrate that the point of view does not affect this geometry. Three balls can be used to draw a mouth at any angle that you want for your creative task. I will make one more diagram in the 3/4 view to demonstrate this principle once again. You don't have to draw balls every time you depict a moth, but knowing how it works might help you to get a better picture. Now, let's use this principle with 3 balls for making a mouth sculpture. For this model, I will use a wooden board on which I could mark a rectangle using a ruler. The size of the next sculpture will be similar to the previous one. I might make it a bit bigger though. For sculpting, I will be using one of my favorite clays, monster clay. This kind of clay is marked as hard. I actually modified this clay by melting it together with beeswax, which made it even harder. Hard clay is more difficult to sculpt with, but a tough surface is better for mold making. That is why I prefer hard clays. The first step is simple. I need to make a rectangular plinth. Small bits of clay should be pushed hard to the wooden board if you would like your sculpture to stick nicely to its surface. I will use the wooden tool for this purpose. The purpose of the very first layer is to stick firmly to the board. Its thickness is less important. With the first layer in place, I can build up the plinth layer by layer. I work with small pieces of clay, which is the classical way of building up even if it is perfectly possible to do it in one go. Every small piece can be compressed more thoroughly, with no air prepped between pieces of clay and every bit sticking to the surface with the necessary grip. When the plinth is about 1 centimeter thick, I can smooth out its surface and edges. It is summer and the temperature in my studio is above 30 degrees centigrade. This, however, is not hot enough for this clay, so I am using the heat mat to warm it up to make this clay softer. With soft clay, it is much faster to sculpt. Nevertheless, I'm still using small pieces of clay to build up the base. The flat plinth is a good foundation to build up the surface of a face. It is curved from top to bottom as well as from side to side. With the base in place, I can now use 3 balls the same way as you have seen me sketching. These balls have approximately the same size. And as you can remember, the top ball should protrude slightly. For this purpose, I will use a small cuboid to place it under the top ball. Because every person is different, everyone will have their own proportions. How much to protrude the top ball is up to you. Two balls of the lower lip are placed beneath the top ball. They touch each other and the top sphere as well. So far, the sculpting process is rather simple. Here's the DIY template with 3 small spheres on the base. Sculpting up to this point was rather mechanical. Now comes the creative part. I will sculpt the round muscle of the mouth around these balls. Oneka again, I'm sculpting with very small pieces of clay. Adding and compressing each bit with the necessary attention to the shape and volume of this sculpture. The line between the upper and lower lips is outlined by the top and bottom spheres. I have to keep those balls intact because their shapes will play an integral role in this sculpture. At the same time, the space around these balls has to be filled in with clay to build up the volume of the mouth muscle. You can rotate the sculpture from time to time to check how it looks from different points of view. Because there is no paper template, this time, you need to keep an eye on symmetry from the very beginning. You may notice that I'm keeping a chunk of clay in my palm to keep it warm, and take small bits as needed. At this time, the sculpture looks a bit awkward because 3 balls are fully present. I do not worry about the outer outline around these balls, because at this stage, I pay attention to the line between 2 lips. Oneka again, you can check symmetry and volumes from different points of view. With the line between lips in place, I can continue shaping the mouth muscle. Without the upper lip groove, this sculpture does not look realistic, but this is fine for now and I will take care of such details later. Because I am sculpting without any paper template, the process is much faster. Also, this kind of clay is more suited for the job. I like monster clay because it is easy to work with. It is friendly to silicone molds and it does not stick to the tools while sticking perfectly well to itself. It is simply a joy to work with. With the main volumes of the lips and the chin in place, I can now mark the central line of the face and outline the upper and lower lips. These outlines go on the surface of 3 spheres. The next step is to remove excess clay above and below the lip outlines. For this purpose, I use the DIY wire loop tool. Here's the thing you need to keep in mind. Not all the volume of 3 balls is needed. The top part of the upper sphere has the lip groove, so this part has to be cut off. Convex surfaces above the upper lip outline have to be flattened as well. The space below the lower lip outline also needs to be shaped with the wire loop tool. This sculpture gradually takes the shape of a mouth. I can work on small areas at a time to fine-tune their surfaces, adding small pieces of clay one after another. With no paper template, you can refer to photos of the original sculpture by Michelangelo or to use some model to sculpt a mouth from life. It will take me several hours to get from the rough shape to the finished piece. But I hope you have learned the main idea of this lesson. To sculpt a realistic mouth, you can use 3 spheres that shape the upper and lower lips. Needless to say, to make such a sculpture, you do not have to use 3 actual balls, but may keep them in mind. The same in drawing, you do not have to draw 3 spheres every time you draw a mouth. However, understanding how these spheres shape the upper and lower lips greatly helps to depict a mouth more realistically. Bit by bit, this sculpture is getting closer to its completion. It will take me about 2 more hours to finish it. I would like to make a smooth and symmetrical model that can be utilized for casting a sculpture in gypsum and be used as a model for drawing. That is why precision is necessary. Smoothing and polishing the surface will take a lot of time and attention. Once again, if you are a student of the Life Drawing Academy personal tutoring course, here is the finish I would like to see in your sculpture. The surface is smoothed up to a glossy finish after the shape is fine-tuned to perfection. The sculpture has to be proportional, symmetrical, smooth and resemble the classical canon of ancient Greek and Roman or Renaissance sculptures. To learn more about how to draw and sculpt facial features, portraits and figures, take the Life Drawing Academy course. To see what this course is about, check out its free demo video lessons.
There are 2 courses at this academy. The online course, a self-study course where you can learn figurative drawing by watching 52 video lessons, and the correspondence course, where you will get unlimited personal tutoring from the talented fine artists and professional art teachers. The personal tutoring course is suitable for both complete beginners and advanced artists because you will get a drawing curriculum designed for your level of skills. In this course, in addition to video lessons, you will get 100 drawing tasks that will be explained and demonstrated in depth. There is no way to fail because the Academy tutors will walk you all the way, step by step, until you achieve an advanced level of drawing skills. This personal tutoring is unique. It will cover all drawing topics that you need to know: how to hold and use a pencil, how to draw in perspective, how to use constructive drawing principles, golden proportions, anatomy, rules of composition, and so on. No art college would ever give you such a custom-designed curriculum and unlimited tutoring for a one-time low fee. To see if this academy is right for you, check the free demo video lessons from the online course at https://lifedrawing.academy/free.
How to cast a nose sculpture. Video by Vladimir London. In this video, I will show you how to make a mold and cast a sculpture of a nose in resin plaster. Here's the nose model we will get by the end of this demo. In the previous lesson, I sculpted this nose model in plastiline. The link to this video is in the description. Now, I can use this wax clay model for mold making. To prevent silicone from sticking to the wooden board, I cover it thinly with a release agent. There is no need in covering the whole board, only those parts that are next to the model. It is very important to check that this stuff doesn't contain sulfur, which prohibits silicone hardening. I apply this waxy paste with a brush. I use the same release agent to grease the whole sculpture. Although it is unlikely that silicone would permanently stick to plastiline, I would better smear it to make separation easier. It is important to cover as thinly as possible to avoid visible brush strokes on the model surface. The next step is to prepare silicone. This kind of silicone for mold making consists of two parts, which have to be mixed in equal parts by weight or volume. Using some accurate scales with 1/10 gram precision is the preferable way to measure. The part A is clear and I add 50 grams of it into the measuring cup. The same weight has to be added when it comes to the part B. So the mixing ratio is 1:1. It is green in color, which is probably done by the manufacturer to clearly differentiate between parts A and B. 2 parts of silicone have to be mixed for several minutes. Make sure you scrape with a stick the bottom and walls of the container, because if some liquid left unmixed, it would never harden. I will fast forward the mixing process, but once again, take your time to mix silicone as thoroughly as possible. I will brush on mixed silicone with the same brush as used for smearing the release agent. It is a cheap synthetic brush, which can be cleaned afterwards with paper towel and turpentine. A strip of silicone on the board around the model is about 1/2 inch wide. There is no need to make it any wider. This kind of silicone is rather liquid. It is easy to work with. Also, it hardens slowly, which gives enough time to brush it in a thin layer. As far as I understand, this tin silicone is engineered for pouring, not brushing. Anyway, I think it will be suitable for the purpose of mold making. Although the manufacturer does not provide much information apart from the mixing ratio. The purpose of the first layer is to cover the entire model surface, without any gaps and bubbles. It is better to do it with liquid silicone in a very thin layer. When the first layer will become touch dry, I will build up the mold thickness by covering the model with several layers of silicone. Every layer has to dry a bit before applying the next one. It is important not to over-dry silicone, because the next coat won't stick. Also, because this silicone is too liquid for brushing on thick layers or applying it on vertical surfaces. I will add the thickening agent. This way, tin silicone will increase viscosity and become a paste rather than liquid. The thicker silicone will create an impasto effect, but it doesn't matter because the first layer would hold minute details and polished surface. Here's one important tip. Make sure that the model's nostrils are completely filled in with silicone. Otherwise you would have trouble with disassembling a hard mold when taking out the cast sculpture. When the soft silicone mold is fully dry, I can cut off 4 edges, leaving about 8 mm of the shoulders on the board. For this purpose, I use a metal ruler and a very sharp scalpel. The scalpel glides easily through the silicone coat, which is about 3 mm thick. I did not build it up thickly because the model's shape is simple and there is no need for a very robust mold. The release agent serves its purpose well and it is very easy to remove bits of silicone from the wooden board. Now, I want to test some mechanical properties of this silicone. Let's see how much it can elongate without breaking. I can easily stretch 3 centimeters into 12, which is 4 times. This is very good. I also want to see how much force is needed to break this piece into parts. I can tear it with my fingers, but because it is very elastic, I think it will serve well as a soft mold. Before making the hard mold, I will add a bit of release agent on the wooden board, to prevent gypsum sticking to it. It can be done with a brush or even with fingers. For the hard mold, I will use a gypsum bandage. First, I will cut it into smaller pieces. Gypsum bandages are very easy to work with and suited for small to medium-size molds. I dip one piece into water for about 2 seconds, let water drip from it, and fold it in half. Folding is necessary to get more gypsum per square inch. Then, I apply that piece on the model, pressing it lightly to avoid air bubbles beneath. The hard mold will consist of 2 halves. That is why I begin from the central line of symmetry. The next piece is moistened and folded in half as the previous one. I will overlap the first layer to build up thickness. The gypsum cloth hardens rather fast, so you have less than 1 minute to arrange it the way you want. Every next piece of gypsum bandage has to overlap the previous layer at least 1 centimeter. Because this model is very small, the hard mold can be rather thin. 2 layers of bandages folded in half give 4 layers of cloth. I remove excess water with a paper towel. In places where the next bandages overlap them, there are 8 layers in total, which is totally sufficient for the purpose of this mold. The first half of the hard mold is complete and dry by now. It is better to dry it for a couple of days, or at least overnight before continuing. Now is the important part. To prevent 2 parts of the hard mold fusing into an inseparable unit, I need to cover the gypsum edge with the release agent. I do it thoroughly with the brush. I will cut more pieces of the gypsum bandage for the second part. It is better to pre-cut several pieces in advance than to handle the bandage roll with wet hands afterwards. The process of applying bandages is rather simple. I wet the piece, fold it in half and drip excess water. However, to form a thicker boundary between 2 mold parts, I fold the edge once again, and push it closely to the first part. Next pieces will overlap the previous to glue together into one rigid unit. Now, the interesting part. For 2 mold parts to lock into place when assembled together, I add a small piece that slightly overlaps the first part. There are 2 more such keys on both sides of the mold. When the mold is dry, I can take it apart. It is better to wait for at least 24 hours before doing it. As you can see, the thickness of the hard mold is about 3 mm, approximately the same as the soft mold. The hard mold is very firm and light. I will wrap it with the masking tape so the two parts stay together. The reason I made two parts instead of one is to avoid the difficulties of removing a cast model from the mold. I can now release the soft mold. It gets off easily from the plastiline model. You can see that this silicone mold is very thin. In some places, it is only 2 mm. Also, it is very soft. That is why the hard mold is needed to hold its shape. The soft mold sits perfectly inside the hard one. Before casting, I will make a wire hook. This hook could be used to hang a model on a wall. I have to say that making a hook is completely optional. Nevertheless, I will show you how to add it into the model. Because the hard mold cannot stay level on the horizontal surface, I will put it into a bowl with sand. This way, it is very easy to fix the mold. For the next part, I will need a measuring cup because plaster and water are measured by volume, not weight. For casting, I will use resin plaster. It is white, fine and hard. I measure about 150 milliliters of plaster for the front side of this sculpture. Water can be measured by volume or weight, because 1 milliliter weighs exactly 1 gram. So, I will use scales for this purpose. Here's the important bit. Add plaster into water, not vice versa. It is better to pour plaster bit by bit, allowing it to soak as you do it. I will mix plaster with a spoon, making sure it is homogeneous throughout, without dry lumps. The mix is not very liquid and I pour it with a spoon. Now, the next task is to spread this plaster all over the silicone mold, without trapping any air bubbles. Because its consistency is yogurt-like, it is actually easier to do with a finger. I need to make sure that plaster covers all walls up to the edge. Of course, it is perfectly possible to mix up the sufficient volume of plaster to fill in the entire model. However, I want to show you another way, where you could use a little bit of high-quality expensive material, like this resin plaster, for the surface of the model, and fill in the rest with cheap plaster. Quality of the model would be the same because on the surface you will get good material, but its cost will be lower because simple gypsum is about 10 times cheaper than resin. When all walls are covered with resin plaster, I need a batch of cheap plaster fast. For this purpose, I measure volumes of water and gypsum by eye, because I did it many times, and know what to expect from this material. Once again, I add powder into water, not the other way around. After quickly mixing gypsum, I add this mix into the mold with a spoon. It is a very fast drying plaster, so you have to work without any delays. Before this plaster sets hard, I have several seconds to push the wire hook inside. The surface can be smoothed up with a palette knife. By the way, before sticking the hook, check the right side, not to place it upside down. When the plaster surface is set, but not too hard, I need to dig a small hole around the hook to free up some space for a screw head or a wire. I use metal sculpting tools for this purpose. Let it dry for at least overnight or better several days before releasing the cast model. This model is very hard by now, so I could take off the masking tape and disassemble the hard mold. Now, you could appreciate why 2 pieces of hard mold are better than 1. It is easier to take them apart that way. The silicone mold did not have any release agent, but because it is soft and silky, it comes off the cast model easily. I'm very pleased with this cast sculpture. It holds all minute details of the original plastiline model, including my signature and date. The surface is smooth and hard. When it completely dries, it will be even whiter. It is a nice addition to my collection of sculptures. Here are just some of them.
Depicting a human body requires a great deal of understanding and practice of constructive drawing principles, perspective, anatomy, and proportions. This is what drawing what you know means. Needless to say, the necessary knowledge has to be gained first. This is where we can help you. We created the Life Drawing Academy courses for students like you. Now you can study how to draw realistic portraits and figures from life, memory, and imagination in a fast and easy way. There are 2 courses at this academy. The online course, a self-study course where you can learn figurative drawing by watching 52 video lessons, and the correspondence course, where you will get unlimited personal tutoring from the talented fine artists and professional art teachers. The personal tutoring course is suitable for both complete beginners and advanced artists, because you will get a drawing curriculum designed for your level. How to Sculpt Eyes. Video by Vladimir London. This tutorial is for Life Drawing Academy Correspondence Course students who receive this eye sculpture template as a part of their drawing curriculum. This template should be printed on 180 GSM paper at 100% scale. The next step is to cut out the template pieces. For this, you would need a cutting mat and a scalpel with a brand new blade. For cutting straight lines, use a metal ruler. The footprint is a simple rectangle. Its size will determine the sculpture scale, which is about 1.5 times bigger than life size. I will fix this paper footprint template to a wooden board. Other templates also need to be prepared before you begin sculpting. Cut straight lines using a metal ruler. All curved lines can be cut freehand. Each template has its number. The template called Profile is for the central line of the face. There are several templates that go vertically, and a few more horizontal templates. For sculpting, I will use Monster Clay, the hard grade. It is oil-based waxy clay that never dries. The first sculpting step is to build up a plinth. I will do it by applying small pieces of clay, firmly pressing them to the wooden board. All the area within this rectangle has to be covered. It is important to achieve a good adhesion to the board, otherwise the whole sculpture might come off later on. So far the task is very simple. I just need to cover the entire rectangle with a uniform layer of clay. The thickness of this layer is about 1 centimeter. The first template will outline the top plane of this sculpture. At the bottom there will be a template number 8. To save on expensive clay, I will use free sand. Because I don't want to spoil clay, sand will be placed in a plastic bag. This step is optional. Also, you may use some other material should you want to save on clay. The bag with sand is fixed with clay to the plinth. It will take more than 1/2 of this sculpture volume. As you can see, this bag is within the boundaries of the template, so plastic would be covered with a thin layer of clay. I can now stick pieces of clay on top to hide the plastic bag completely. Here's a very rough chunk, slightly smaller in volume than the finished sculpture will be. I can use it to build up the sculpture surface. The template called Profile goes in the middle of this sculpture. It is fixed to the footprint with small pieces of clay. By the way, the footprint is protected with a clear, self-adhesive plastic tape, so clay sticks to it easily. The following step is rather easy. All I need to do is to fill in with clay the gap beneath the profile arch. The next step is to fill in the gap beneath the first template. The paper contour is a great guide for this purpose.
In this video, I'm going to sculpt another epic monster with monster clay inspired by The Last of Us, but there's just one problem. I'm all out of monster clay, but I have 20 tubs of monster clay right here looking at me.
Oh yeah, I hate the fact that I never finished the back of him.
Oh, Gromash, this is heartbreaking. This is hard. But unfortunately, our time together has come to an end. This might seem thematically quite dark, but realistically, I need the clay and the skull. So for those of you who watched the video, you might remember I built him using an actual skeleton, and it's really useful to sculpt around anatomy. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do. I think I cut myself. Tiny, teeny tiny. It's fine. I'll be all right. Now, with Gromash dealt with, it's time to get ready for my next creation. We start with a sculpture where we always begin, the armature. And in this case, I'm going to build one from scratch that's built to last. I was going to fish the skull out from inside Gromash's head. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to it. I just need the clay. I've got the clay there. I can take any little bit of clay I want for any project and use it. But I need a skull. I bought this for Halloween like 2 years ago. It's not as good as the skull we had for Gromash. I just need the basics though, but it's even better in one really interesting way. that I can use. That means we can immortalize Gromash and not sacrifice our zombie project. Let's do it! All right, I think we found a happy compromise. Gromash lives on. He's much more manageable in terms of the space he takes up, and I have monster clay. You clicked on this video for a zombie. We're this far in and I haven't done any, so let's make a freaking zombie, and it's gonna be a zombie with special effects. I have got my armature in place. He is solid. I love that. How cool is it? So I've got to protect this, because while I do have a button down here, beep, beep, I want to be able to just switch it off and leave it. So I'm just going to blue tack a ping pong ball, and I'll gouge it out later. We've got access to where... Wait, I've got to turn it off before I bury it forever. Also got to try and figure out where the eyes will be open, what their shape will be. But now it's finally time to add clay. And to add clay, we're gonna get clay. Oh, monster clay, how I missed you. Look at this. I just love how it moves from a state between full-on liquid to proper solid. There's something so satisfying about this. Oh, there's a butt, a poop. Not a butt, just a poop. I meant to poop. Either way, it's immature. And there it is, my Last of Us zombie. I am so happy with how this turned out. But hey, it's time for epic reveals. Thanks for watching. Make sure to smash that like button. You know I'm bloody joking, but it's funny how, like, it was nothing a second ago. All of a sudden this is gonna turn into something. But we're going to come back tomorrow and really sink our teeth into it. Now, aside from looking cool and having my little glowing red eye special effects, the reason I really like sculpting a face around a skull is it just takes all the guesswork out. I know exactly where the eyes are. I've got a, obvious set of proportions to build off of, so I don't have to spend any time sort of figuring out where things go. I just put them there. So now it's just a matter of building up all of the material around our sculpture. I start off from the lower end because that's usually where I end up. And in this instance, the proportions are a little bit tricky because I didn't particularly pose the poles that the skull is on. So the head is a little further back on the neck and torso than I would have liked. And to be honest, I probably built up the torso a little bit too much. So my early stages of laying on the clay are just to try and figure out and lay out the proportions in a way that works with the foundation I've laid. With the entirety of the model fully covered in clay, it's when I start to chunk out the anatomy that it becomes really satisfying. Putting in the ears, building out the eyebrows and putting in the nose in particular, really start to make a character out of this. And slowly but surely, as I add little sections of muscle or smooth out or build up sections of the skin or the face, I can really start to see this sculpture coming together. And my God, it is satisfying. I have missed this. This is, I'm going to say, the first of 3 phases of the sculpture. The first phase complete is when you've sort of built up all the mass and it's kind of overfilled. Obviously, he's like, for a zombie, he's had a few recent meals. He's not decayed very much, but that's intentional because clay is an additive and reductive form of sculpture. I've added it all. Now I can pull it away and add that gaunt look. So onto the second phase, which is kind of the perfect phase for a zombie. Slowly eating away at the flesh. It's time to get infected. This is by far my favorite bit. As much as I love the blocking in the early stage and the details in the late stage, it's the carving back. And it's also the reason I keep coming back to Monster Clay, because it's so satisfying at this stage. When you work with it after it's sort of mostly set, but it hasn't fully cured, it's kind of like sculpting a soft chocolate. It feels really satisfying. It's really easy to sort of manipulate and carve back, and it just starts looking good really quickly. The mission so far has been to create a more believable shape of a human face, and as the proportions are starting to look a little more even and less cartoony, this is the point at which I can go through and start to add some definition. Nothing too crazy, but slowly but surely peeling back to reveal more of the intricacies of the anatomy, specifically around the nose, the cheeks, the ears, and lastly, the eyes. Every step of this process is just so satisfying. Carving the clay feels great, but also just slowly revealing the monster inside. Now, I didn't want to have to turn on the light every time I wanted to finesse the eyes, so I just used some yellow alcohol markers to rough in the position of the pupils so that with the light turned off, I know what the expression is going to look like as I shape the detail of the eyes around where he's facing. I am so glad that we had that cheap, crappy skeleton from Kmart lying around, and a ping pong ball makes this possible. Now, in entering the third and final phase, detail, this is where we're gonna have fun. At the moment, we don't really have much of a zombie, we just have a dude. And to do that, I have a little trick or two up my sleeve. Now, I know this looks like I just turned around and exploded, but it's all part of the plan. But this is all just one type of fungus, and they all might start to look a bit samey and splatty. So we're gonna try and get a couple of other textures happening. Now, when I come back to these tomorrow, they'll all be fully set, so hopefully they'll be workable. I am now gonna try and get a texture for a shirt. And my theory is if I pour this, that I might be able to get a cloth-like material that I can use for the shirt. Oh, I should have sprayed it with stuff. Pour it back in. All right, take two, and spray it with oil. All right, let's go. Still very hot. Still very, very hot. Dum, 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 dum. So, I don't know if this is gonna be good or not, but I'm thinking of like just adding a few creases.
Yeah, I love that idea.
Because if it works, I think it'll look really good. All right, now I'm just gonna let them set, and we'll come back tomorrow and see if they peel off. Tomorrow in about 1 second. Oh, poor Gromash. He was a cool artwork while he lasted, and every good artwork starts with a good foundation. Like an armature with a sculpture, your illustrations are always built on the backbone of awesome sketches, which is why this video is brought to you by Jazz's Pro Sketch Pack. My Pro Sketch Pack is everything you could ever possibly need to make incredible sketches, which is the backbone of making incredible art. And if learning to draw means drawing 1,000 times, you better hope that 1,000 times while you're sketching is fun, which is what my pack's all about. Awesome art supplies, awesome quality, awesome fun. Go check it out at prosketchpack.com, only available for a limited time, and of course, it's a huge support to the channel. All right, give that a couple more minutes and we'll keep going. Where's Gromash's? Hey Murray, did you move Gromash's head?
No, what?
Gromash's head, it was right here.
Gromash, you were better corrupted.
Now that it's all hardened and cured, let's see if it peels off. We're getting such good sounds in this video. Can I just say, you will think we made sound effects for when I ripped Gromash's head off. That was it. That was the foam cracking. That was exactly as my mic picked it up. Oh, amazing. Anyways, this to me is a pre-textured section of clay fabric. Look at that, it's even got some creases. It remains to be seen how this will look on the sculpture, but the idea is we've got clothing. I can shape this, sculpt it around my figure, and in theory it'll add a really subtle sort of texture I wouldn't be able to sculpt. But here's the real question. Do I have shrooms? Do they layer to look like interesting? I think they might. Some of them look like they could be really cool, like longer tendrils like this, with a little bit of softening from a heat gun and wrapping over areas, I think will look really cool. I sort of want it to be halfway to a clicker. So the clickers are the ones with the big bloomed heads that can't see, so they click, but the guy's got the cool glowing eyes, so he sort of can see. I don't want to get rid of those. But you know, what if we're like just pre-clicker? What if he's starting to bloom a bit and we can start... I think we've just got a few chops in there. That just looks like he's been randomly chopped. Maybe we need to have him falling apart in a few places. Or even the way that sort of splits, that's kind of cool. I can bloom out from there, and let's split this up, huh? Let's have things be blooming out from this cut, so the cut's sort of like opening up, and I feel like I can have this start dangling. He's starting to fall apart. Now it's time to really bring him to life, and you know, fungus is a sort of life, I guess. This was really fun. I missed sculpting, and I haven't because Grommash was there, rest his soul. But hey, we got a lot more clay to work with. So if you enjoyed this, please let me know, and let me know what to sculpt, because I'm in a sculpty sort of mood now, and I got clay. And I am so happy with this. This turned out really great. Like, I'm just really happy with it, especially considering the variety of textures and improvised methods. It feels right. I hope you're as happy with the results as I am, and if you have been, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe for more fun with art and creativity. Oh no! Oh no! I'm just kidding. It's just clay. It's not going to hurt me. It's going to hurt you though.
Kejutan mantap Coca-Cola. Menangkan voucher total ratusan juta rupiah. Buruan ikutan.
Goyah nih, gatel palaku.
Ketombean nih, nggak bener samponya. Paling bener pakai Head and Shoulders. Masalah ketombe basah, gatal dan bau matahari langsung bener. Head and Shoulders, kalem pakai helm.
In this video, I attempt to sculpt the same character with varying levels of detail at varying time limits, starting with 5 minutes, then 50 minutes, and then 5 hours. Stay tuned to see how detailed and epic I can possibly get, but also to find how simple sculpture actually can be. This video is sponsored by YorhaQT. G'day everyone, I'm Jazza and I love clay. And as you saw from the title and thumbnail of this video, I'm going to be creating a sculpture using the same amount of clay 3 times in 3 different amounts of time. Now I've done this multiple times before with drawing, and I'm sure you've seen it before on art channels, but I don't think I've seen it yet with sculpting. Clay I'm using here is called Monster Clay. It's really smooth, it's like putty, it's microwavable, but be careful when you do that, you don't want to burn yourself. And this is the soft grade that actually comes in this super sculpture box, which I'll talk about at the end of the video. And the great thing about the soft grade is that you don't actually have to microwave it to make it workable. I tend to prefer the medium grade where you do sort of need to microwave it to work with it, but if you're new to sculpture, the soft grade is a really great thing to start off with because you really can just warm it up in the heat of your hands just by working it and getting it going. Before I sculpt the 5-minute one, I'm gonna make an armature. So to make an armature, all you need some aluminium armature wire and some foil. Keep in mind, if you want to reuse this stuff, don't microwave it to soften it to get it off of your armature if you use aluminium or metal in your armature. Pretty self-explanatory, but it's worth explaining anyway.
As you can see, the tinfoil will immediately start arcing and emanating a blue glow.
Building an armature to work on top of gives you the benefit of having more size, so you're using less clay, you're just sort of filling the outside, and also more structural integrity. This dude, for example, has a whole skeleton. At least 50% of him is foil and armature wire. So I'm just scrunching up some more of the foil into a neck and literally just looping this wire around a bunch, working all the way down towards the neck. That's my armature. Potato head. Good start. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have maybe a third to work with in its normal state. I'm actually going to soften this in the microwave. Alrighty. Literally 30 seconds in the microwave in a microwave safe bowl, and it's not liquid, but it's soft enough to be really easy to work with. And for my subject, I'm going to create a portrait of King Amun. It was all part of an epic character design session, so I'll link to that in the description if you're curious about his story. He goes through this evolution, and I'm going to start with his younger self. Then with the second sculpture, I'm going to do his more elderly, homeless self. And then for the grand finale, I'm going to spend 5 hours on his final form, King Amuntep V. So, 5 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh my God. All right, I'm gonna just start with the soft stuff because it's really easy to wrap around the whole armature. But I need to save enough clay and build enough of an effective silhouette to have something cool to work with. Let's get some of our more solid clay. Oh, it's a little too solid. You have to work it really fast. I only have 4.5 minutes. Crap, I should have microwaved all of it. Jeremy, quick, Jeremy! Run! Jeremy! Run! The clock's running out! I need that in the microwave for 20 seconds. Bring it back as fast as you can. I'll only have like 2 minutes to sculpt with it when it gets back. That's okay. So you have the silhouette to get first. So I push in where the eyes go, and that gives you the eyebrows, works into the nose, and then you just work in the bulk of the silhouette. So the chin. Quick, Jeremy! Make 20 seconds go faster! You're a legend, mate. Round of applause for Jeremy. Yay! Go, Jeremy. You got a round of applause, my son. I don't know why I'm calling him my son. I'm gonna give him some lips. I've got 8 seconds left. Ready? give his hat some details. Do you know what? Let's be honest, guys. It's pretty bad. Obviously, it's not amazing, but 5 minutes. That is actually pretty amazing for 5 minutes. Try and do it with anything else. Works best with Monster Clay. That's why I love this stuff. But I also think it illustrates another point, which is that really it's about getting the core silhouette down first. As far as a head shape goes, that's not too bad. So part 2, this is where we're gonna get a little more detailed. And I have almost an hour, 50 minutes. So same thing as last time. Let's start off with the armature. So I have microwaved this next block. This time done the whole thing, so I'm not doing any rush panics. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's so fun and satisfying to work with. All right, 50 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, 1, boom. Starting off exact same way as before, we just don't have to rush so much about it, covering all the surfaces and starting to fill out the silhouette. Notice I'm being really, really rough, and I'm not afraid to mess up the silhouette just to push the armature around, or just have really messy chunks of clay to roughly represent the silhouette. This is kind of like the sketch. When you sketch, there's a lot of lines that go down that do not represent the final shape that it's making, but you need to sort of experiment and be really loose with the shape to sort of work your way towards the illustration that you want to settle on. You just got to get things moving and constantly move them towards what's going to work well. So normally at this stage, or earlier to be honest, I actually have my sculpture on a turntable, but because I want to keep this as simple as possible and as approachable to people who have never tried sculpture before as possible, here's a little pro tip. Just a ceramic bowl. Put it on upside down, the weight of the bowl will hold everything down, and it will turn pretty smoothly. It'll mean you can take your hand off from holding it, but generally have it at a better height and work with two hands in all of the areas of detail that you want to start building. Here's another little pro tip for you. This might be a stage where I'd go through and smooth out all of these lines and wrinkles. That would take a long time. However, because this stuff melts with heat, you can use a hairdryer or a heat gun over the whole thing, and that will soften all of the surface that you apply it to. Alright, the timer's snuck up on me now. I have 35 seconds left in the timed challenge, so I'm just gonna go through and add some final details. Oh, God. Okay, that's done. $50 minutes. Not bad. I'm pretty happy with that. To be honest, I feel like I really got to take my time with everything except for the last details. But actually, really having mainly gone through the blocking and shaping phase and just started detailing and smoothing, this feels pretty bloody refined. And to knock that out in under an hour, I think is pretty cool. So let's go back to our 5 minutes. There it is. That's the difference between 5 minutes and 50 minutes. There's a fairly noticeable jump there. Like I said earlier in this video, this character was created in the first ultimate character design session I did on this channel. Now I'm going to link in the description to that so you can go check it out. I invited you to use the hashtag UCD1 on Twitter, Instagram, Reddit to share your creations. And I want to take a moment to go through that and give you a prize. One lucky creator of a King Amuntep V artwork is going to win a Huion Canvas 22 Plus professional digital display drawing tablet. A huge thank you to Huion for sponsoring this video and providing a Canvas 22 Plus to you guys. And for those of you who don't know, the Canvas 22 Plus is my main drawing tablet on my desk where I make videos. The Canvas 22 Plus is a 21.5 inch display with a QLED screen, full lamination, and a high color gamut of 140% sRGB and 104% Adobe RGB. Its surface is a chemically etched anti-glare glass, more durable than an anti-glare film. As you can see, even in my studio with bright lights, does not get a huge amount of glare to work with, so you can work in bright environments without it affecting what you can see and how you can create art. You can also mount it on other stands, so while it comes with its own adjustable stand, I have mine mounted on a boom arm because, I mean, boom arm. The device comes with a USB-C type connection with a USB-C cable provided with a 3-in-1 cable to keep mess out of the way, full HD screen resolution, 8,192 levels of pressure sensitivity, 60-degree tilt support, connectivity for Android mobile devices, and so much more. It's one of the best quality professional tablets you can get out there for the best price you can possibly find. So it's a big deal that Huion are giving one of these to you guys for making some fantastic UCD1 art. And as you can see, it goes far and wide. Oh my God. Jordan Persugati did a horror version. That's intense. Here is the old man who beat Amun in Amun's game or challenge of archery. This is why it's the ultimate character design. Not because my design is the ultimate design, because we as a community make it ultimate by how much we can all add to it over time. Oh my God, is this a Fall Guy? It's a Fall Guy. I just love that moment where like rather than like some epic character pose or whatever, it's just this moment of introspection in this character's story. Like, that's what I love about this. This artwork by Fail Lord depicts the moment where he shoots an arrow and defeats the God King that took over his kingdom. This is Suspicious Guy 26's depiction of essentially this stage of Amuntep, and oh my god, if they aren't like perfectly in line. Oh, I forgot the scar! Ah, no! Well, yours is better than mine. But at the end of the day, I get to pick one winner, and I pick Nextstat1, who made this amazing 3D depiction of King Amuntep V. Oh my god. Also fitting in that we're doing a 3D thing today with our sculpture. Your sculpture is astounding and much better representative of that phase of Amuntep's life than mine. Congratulations, Nextstat, you win a Huion Canvas 22 Plus. Thank you for participating in this community and working so hard to make something cool just for the sake of being a part of it. And thank you, Huion, for letting me have that prize to give someone in this community and being an amazing sponsor and part of this channel as well. I have one block of clay left. No! Don't worry, I got this. See why I love Monster Clay? Alright, with 5 hours on the clock, I started off with the armature, as I did with the other two, but because I had a lot more time now, I could spend a little bit more time trying to make my sculpture as big as possible by filling out the armature and mimicking the silhouette in the interior of the sculpture as efficiently as I possibly could. This would enable me to, hopefully, really stretch my clay as far as I could. Next, my sculpting sketch began, just focusing on the broad chunks of geometry and slowly defining the most basic proportions and silhouette. And in some cases, like the back of the head or the Egyptian beard thingy, I realized I was missing some mass in my armature, and just filling it in with clay would be using my precious clay too much. So in some instances, I could actually go back in and fill in some of the mass with foil and then put the clay on top. A useful trick just to know that once you've got your armature, you can, if you need to, go back in and add some mass here and there to make your use of the clay as efficient as possible. With the general shape coming together, I moved on to the next step of basically doing the same thing, but to a slightly more refined degree, working on the shape and symmetry of the cheeks and the eyes and nose and so on, while adding features and details like the mouth and the ears and everything else.